and welcome to our Launchpad conference. Thank you very, very much for joining us. My name is, most people know me as Whiskers. You're very welcome to call me by my real name of Sam if you want, but it's always a kind of confused thing, but most people know me Whiskers. So I run Launchpad and Music Leeds and many of the other projects we're involved in, working with in places like Bradford and South Yorkshire as well. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you here. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you will have been to an event we've done in previous iterations. So we've previously run an event called the Young Conference, which is a very similar format today. And in 2020, we aimed to relaunch that conference as the Launchpad Conference, which was due to take place on the 26th of March, 2020. And unfortunately, that wasn't able to take place. And so this is us wanting to bring it back and create an event to help inform, to help educate, help inspire, and help everyone kind of bring people involved in music together in hopefully throughout the whole Yorkshire region and not just Leeds as well. So yeah, thanks for joining us. I hope you have a really great day. A few bits of housekeeping to go through at the start of today. Hopefully you've all aware of the programme. You've seen all the wonderful things we've got on offer for you today. There's multiple streams. Do feel free to wander and go into the sessions that you feel best suit you. We have a number of panels and talks in this room. We have another panel room on the I'm not sure if it is the first or the second floor of the Conservatoire, but basically the one when you get in there, the 218 and 242. And you'll hopefully have seen the signposts there. So do be aware of the panels that are happening in those two rooms. We also have some talks and panels in the venue room of the wardrobe, which is in the basement downstairs. And hopefully you've seen a few of us around in the team and people wearing Team Launchpad t-shirts. So if you need any help or guidance about where to be or what to do, then do feel free to ask them about where the best place to be is. The whole day goes through till 6 o'clock, and then we've got networking drinks in the wardrobe bar as well. At that point, if you hand back your lanyards over the bar, you will receive complimentary drink, and those networking drinks are sponsored by PPL and PRS for Music. Woo woo. So thank you very much to them. And so we do hope that if you're able to stick around for the whole day, you're able to enjoy a drink with us at the end of the event as well. We do have a lunch break in the middle. Lunch is going to be served. It's like a packed lunch vibe, and you'll be able to collect them from either the exhibition space next door here or in the bar of the Conservatoire as well. That lunch is sponsored by UK Music and Kicker. So woo woo, thank you to them. Couple of other bits. So you might be aware, if you're not aware of what Launchpad is, in general, Launchpad is the program that we set up to support emerging artists and emerging industry professionals throughout all of Yorkshire. And it's been amazing that we've been able to support kind of over 200 people over the last 3 years through a combination of mentoring, support for the projects, and live opportunities. It's great to see so many of you here. If you haven't already twigged that if you've been supported by us, that you've actually got a supported lanyard that are knocked down. So if you are here and supported and wanted to meet other people, then do keep your eyes open. If you've been supported by us and you haven't got a special lanyard, do reach out to one of our team or go back to registration. We'll connect you with all of that. But I also wanted to mention that because if you're not aware, tomorrow we're hosting our first Launchpad Festival, which is a day of 38 of the artists that we've been working with playing across 3 venues in Leeds City Centre. And so if you haven't seen that and you're able to and you're up for some fun and discovering some new and emerging artists, it would be great to see you at that event as well. I think a couple more things, jumping around. The sessions that I didn't mention was the speed advice sessions. If you've not been to one of our events before, you might not be aware that if you haven't seen, there is the option to book throughout different slots in the day, one-to-one conversations with a number of industry professionals. So with a number of the speakers and people from our partner organisations as well. The booking for that is all done online now through an appointment link that you will all have been sent approximately 11 minutes ago. So everyone who was registered to attend and signed in should have got a link that allows them to book a slot for those one-to-one meetings. And those take place throughout the whole of the day. So do have at them as well. If you want to see the details of any of the schedule or any of the speakers, it should all be on the website and linked to from our social media programs. If you've got an issue working out where or when anything is, then do again let us know and let one of our team know, and we'll try and signpost you to the best place online. Or if you're not able to access it online, we do have various paper versions. So that's cool. I think the final thing to do is that, of course, today wouldn't be possible without our team and our sponsors, of which we've mentioned some of. So a big thank you to Emily from our team, who has done... I've been running... I'll say it again later. I've been running events like this since 2010, and I've been lucky over the last few years to kind of build a bit of a team who've been amazing to rely on and take a lead on various things. And Emily and the rest of the team of volunteers have been great in kind of helping pull everything together and run smoothly today. So thanks to them, and I'm sure I'll say thanks again at the end. Also thanks to our amazing range of both like sponsors and funders. I've mentioned PRS for Music, PPL, UK Music and Kicker, who are supporting various specific things today. But we're also really grateful of like ongoing funding from Youth Music and Arts Council England through National Lottery funds, who fund the whole Launchpad programme, as well as PRS Foundation. We're one of their talent development partners. It's also great to have support from Leeds City Council through their Arts at Leeds programme. And we also get little bits of funding as well from other local authorities around Yorkshire, such as Bradford, Craven, and Wakefield as well, to support our programme. It's also great to have the support of both the Conservatoire and the Wardrobe, who are helping us with obviously the venue provisions for today, and through Leeds Beckett University, who've helped with some of the volunteering as well. And many thanks to Leeds 2023, who've really helped us amplify today with some of the marketing and other things for it. And awesome merch for helping us with this. I think I've listed everyone. That's good. So, without further ado, I'm going to let you enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to take a brief pause before the first session starts. So, we have the first panel in here in terms of, about foster resilience. We have the PRS and PPL panel in the Wardrobe. We have the support in music organisations in 218. What else have we got? And just the tight workshop in 242. And there'll be speed advice sessions start at 12? At 11:30, so the first one's there. So we're not going to jump, in 2 or 3 minutes we'll jump into those first panels. So if you do want to kind of go and find the room and the space that's best for you, do feel free to go and do that. Have a great day. I hope to talk to many of you throughout the day, and yeah, have fun. Thanks a lot.
to everyone who is stuck in this room. So this first panel, as you can see, is about fostering resilience within the music industry and whilst you're building your career. We've got some amazing panelists. We've got Chris Madden chairing it, C. Haynes, Stu Baxter, Sinead Campbell, and Sanchez Payne. So yeah, the panel's kind of going to delve into a little bit about their personal experiences within the industry from their different perspectives, and hopefully you'll all find something that you can take away from it for yourselves as well. So I'm going to hand you over to the very, very lovely and capable Chris Madden.
Thank you. I was just saying before we walked on, I didn't think I had a boutique career, but I actually have got a boutique career. I'm a psychotherapist. I've been a psychotherapist now for almost 15 years. In another part of my life, I worked for 20 years in the music industry. And even though now I can say I'm a therapist, actually I'm more than that, because I don't just sit in a room with people. I'm involved in other things. So some of the things I'm involved in, I work with a number of charities, all music-based. I sit on an advisory panel. I'm a service provider. Resilience for me is absolutely vital in terms of my own mental health. And when I use the term mental health, what I mean is something that we've all got. We've got physical health and we've got mental health. I think what's going to be lovely today is that we'll get a dialogue going about what resilience means to each of us and how we each manage and take responsibility for our own resilience. C.
Yeah, my name's C. I also go by the moniker Chains. You said earlier when it comes to, what do I do? Composer, musician, performer, tutor, artist, coder, various bits and pieces. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Stu Baxter, and again, I'm involved in far too many things to talk about. But today I'm on a panel. Tonight I'm producing an artist. Tomorrow I'm doing a photography session. Saturday I'm doing some graphic design, and then I'll be going on tour with my band in a couple of weeks. So there's some of what I do.
Hi, I'm Sinead Campbell. I have a few hats as well. I'm a musician, promoter. I work for the Bradford Producing Hub as a music instigator. I'm a creative producer, and I run the Buskerville Festival as well. And I'm also a wellbeing coach, so I do that on a freelance basis as well.
Hi guys, I'm Sanchez Payne. I'm an ex-professional footballer of Leeds United. I'm actually a board member of Leeds 2023, who is helping sponsor this event. And I'm the evening show presenter across the road on BBC Radio Leeds.
Over the last 2 years, working as a therapist, I've worked with and do work with a lot of musicians and a lot of people from the creative industries. And even now, I was asked by somebody last week, does COVID come into the therapy room, as a theme? Of course it does. It comes in every session with every client. And I think what might be nice for us to talk about is how have we started to foster our own resilience through COVID, just to give you a bit of an idea of the changes that have happened with some of my clients. Over the last 2 years, I've had at least half a dozen clients who are musicians with careers, recording contracts, who've now exited the industry because of what's happened over the last 2 years. Sanchez, you saying you're an ex-professional footballer, season ticket holder at Leeds, so of course I'm aware of you. So you already will have had the experience of the transformation. What's been your experience of how you fostered your resilience in that transformation from being a professional footballer to the career that you have now?
It was very tough, I can't lie. A quicker way to say it is I'm on a documentary called 7 Up. You guys might have heard it. It's quite a big social experiment. So I get filmed every 7 years by the BBC, and they film me 7, 14, 21, 28, all the way up until I'm 63. And the period between 21 and 28 is where they, well, 21 Major is where they captured that transition. And it was really tough because Leeds United and football was the only thing I ever wanted to do. I never saw myself in media. I never really wanted to do it for the fame or fortune. I wanted to do it because I loved the sport. And then to be told that they didn't think he was good enough or he didn't think he was fit for it, it was really hard. The resilience came through my family and my friends, the people who were there, you know, throughout the really tough times and reminded me that, you know, I'm a good player, I'm a good person, and to work hard. And, you know, even though they were there were times where I really struggled and I just couldn't get out of bed, and I thought that this was the end. And I can't remember what it was, but something just clicked and made me realize that, you know, the world kind of doesn't owe you anything, and you've got to go out and get it, and sometimes you've got to create opportunities. So rather than waiting for things to happen, I got up and I started posting things on YouTube. I started putting myself out there. I came to networking events like this. I spoke to people. I told them about my journey. And then, you know, before you know it, I was hosting an unsigned talent event at Belgrave that should have been sold out. I think there was probably more people behind the scenes than on the floor. And just happened to be a BBC radio producer in the crowd that loved what I did. And then from then on, my career kind of came. So each stage of my life has taught me why resilience really, really matters. Because if I look back and think, what would I have done if I stopped? I wouldn't even like to think, because I now look at where I am and I'm like, wow, this is what happens. Because the only time it can never happen is when you stop trying. And that's why I'm here today.
Sinead, what's your experience been of fostering your resilience? Because again, like us all, you know, you've got boutique career.
Yeah, for me, especially in the pandemic, I think learning to actually rest and slow down. Because I used to be the type of person who would always be juggling 100 plates. And for me, it led to burnout. And it just doesn't work for me. And when the pandemic came, I really had time to sit with that and go, actually, why can't you stop? What within you is scared of almost stopping? And actually, when I then reached out for support from peers and family, and I do really advocate for going to therapy or some kind of coaching as well, just really helps me to unpack all that. And now I see rest and recovery as part of my process in being creative, in having a full cup, in order so I can turn up and be my best self and really be there for others. Because when I'm burnt out, it just, doesn't work for me.
Yeah, self-care is something that I would equally encourage. It's so important. I know that as a therapist, next week I end doing therapy for 4 weeks, because I need to have space to be able to be silent, to relax, to find space for myself. Yeah. Over the next few days, Stu, you've got loads and loads of stuff. How do you manage your resilience?
I think for me, resilience has always been part of my life from as long as I remember, you know, survival, I learned early on, I suppose, that I learned a lot from my family in the sense of how not to live your life, you know, how to not end up and how to not be unhappy. And I've always used that as a kind of strength for me to always do what I want to do and try and find ways of making it work. I think early on, a bit like Sinead was saying, I used to just juggle too many plates, and it sounds like I still do, which I do, but I've learned to make it work for me. And I used to feel guilty about it and sort of self-shame myself about it. And people used to say, "Why are you doing this? Why don't you just be a producer or a drummer or whatever?" And I'd feel really guilty about that and feel like I'd envy people that just did one thing. I'd be like, God, their life seems so simple. But then I realised that that's who I am, and I actually love doing lots of things. And if I was one thing for 5 days of the week, doing the same thing every day, I'd be miserable. So over the last couple of years and over lockdown, the main thing I realised was about myself. Because I started playing music when I was 13, and I turned 42 yesterday. And I've played gigs every week up until lockdown, my whole life. So having 2 years off really was a really difficult but amazing time for me because I went through being really depressed to coming out of that to changing my whole kind of focus on my career from drumming in a punk band to choosing to learn how to write for orchestration and orchestra and doing my first solo gig as an ambient tape loop artist to building my career as a photographer. And I think at the beginning of lockdown, I suppose I've got nothing to fall back on in terms of family and money and stuff. So I suppose after I kind of dragged myself out of the depressive phase and realised I needed to bring some self-care into it, and that's how I got into ambient tape loops and things, because that became my meditation, my therapy. And I made a film and a soundtrack for it. And then other people started saying that that resonated with them, and building this connection over lockdown really inspired me and made me realise that, you know, if I don't, like Sanchez said, if I don't go out and do it, if I don't pick myself up, nothing's going to happen, you know. I'm the only person responsible for this. So, and I've got loads of amazing opportunities, loads of amazing friends that I've built up over the years. So for me, resilience is kind of just who I am as well. Do you know what I mean? It's not a lockdown COVID thing. It's kind of, I don't know any different. So I hate to say it, but I've been through worse. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that thing of me and my band were like, well, we're not going to stop being a band because we've been through worse than this, you know. So we'll just carry on and write another album or whatever we're going to do. The hard bit is the financial side, you know, survival and paying the rent and stuff, but diversifying and using these other transferable skills. I chatted to someone before I came in here and saying, like, when you're in a band, when you're doing this stuff, when you're doing these early career moves, you don't realise how much of that stuff is really valuable, transferable skills. You know, touring in a band when I was young with no money and everyone was arguing and I was mediating everyone, then led to me being a youth worker for 15 years, you know, and being a community worker, being somebody that can sit between people and help people and bring them together, and, you know, so all of these things are transferable. Sorry, I went off a bit of a tangent.
No, that was brilliant. See.
Yeah. I feel like, especially as kind of creative people and as musicians, there's kind of like common themes, I think, within us, with like a certain way of like, this is just the person you are. Like, regardless of the situation you find yourself in, there is the drive to create something, the drive to make things, the drive to kind of talk through those things with other people and support them with that. And I think also kind of a certain kind of obsessive kind of curiosity when it comes to these kinds of things. Like, your brain can't put these things down. So I totally know what you mean by the kind of like, if I try and kind of do the same thing for a very prolonged period of time, my brain's just like, no. Like, what is this? What are you doing? I remember I had like a really awful office job in my 20s. I was working at a hedge fund. It was horrible. Data processing, nothing particularly sexy. But I remember it got to a point where I was just staring at the screen. I was like, you've got to read the thing, see? You've got to read the thing. And my brain was like, no, it's not happening. I was like, come on, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, you've got to do the... No, it's not happening. And I was thinking, this is not working. Like, I have to make as much of a lifestyle decision as a career decision, and work in such a way that will kind of, because I know I am capable of doing cool things, and just kind of giving myself kind of the structure in which to do that. And I think the biggest challenge for any creative, any human, to be honest, is kind of knowing yourself enough that you can kind of understand your place, like, within a situation. Like, I think kind of we do best when we kind of understand that, like, we will always have this tension with kind of trying to make money because we it always ends up in the capitalism is bad rant. But anyway, but you know what I mean. There is the tension with that, but it would also just be nice to do good things, and kind of giving yourself a bit of a break, I think, when you find that those things are really kind of clashing, and that you just kind of have to be nice to yourself sometimes.
Yeah. So part of fostering resilience for you has been that whole thing, much like some of the themes that Stu was talking about, is being gentle, being kind to yourself.
Because I think as well, like, for resilience, I feel like, obviously it's very useful, entirely necessary, I believe, to like think about it on the individual level. But I think that's, if you only look at that, I think that's when you can kind of start to kind of have too narrow a vision. Like, sometimes there will be things kind of out of your control, and you have to find your community and kind of advocate for kind of, interests. Solidarity, there you go. I think you kind of have to remember that it's both. Yeah.
I think that just reminds me of, well, it's made me think about a massive part of resilience for me over the last 2 years has been my community, and finding new community as well online, and being part of these networks that I've made loads of new friends, as well as the friends I've already got. I've always been someone that's invested in my own close community, but even more so, just what helped me survive and be resilient is also doing things for and with other people. Collaboration has been a massive thing, and getting that other point of view and that other feedback from something, because I know that a lot of people I've spoken to, including myself, being locked down or in isolation means you're also in isolation in your own mind, and you come up with ideas, you come up with projects, you come up with, you get out of bed in the morning, that's a good day. But if you've got no one else to bounce off to say, you're doing well, or let's do this, or you want to say, this is an idea I've got, and you want some other input, because your head can be quite a vicious place as well, I find. It's quite brutal. I can be quite unkind to myself inside my head and constantly have to fight that and be like, but what helps that is other people and community, and showing how valuable you can be to other people as well is a massive part of inspiring your own survival and creativity for me.
I really resonate with that, because two of the things, when I'm reading the question, how to foster while you're going through something, the response is massive. I remember times when I had projects, or I do a lot of mental health work, and I like to support people, and sometimes, let's say if you're being a creative, you're creating a project or music, or you've written a book, and then you can be in your own mind sometimes, and then you hear someone saying, "Oh my days, I heard your song. Oh my God, I heard your band play. Oh my God, I heard your tune." And that makes you, even if it's one person, sometimes that can outweigh the 1,000 other negative things to make you go, this is why I'm doing it. I've had one person sent me a DM saying, "I heard your track, I think it's banging." It could be simply that. So it's kind of your what and your why. Like the why is huge. Why are you doing it in the first place? Like, are you doing it to be known? Are you doing it because you love getting in the studio and collaborating with different artists and creating something to put out there to the world? And then that response is huge. Having that community and allowing people to, speak their truth to you and tell them how your project, your vision, the thing that you have created made them feel, I think that can allow you to be resilient throughout, because that's like, right, I'm doing it. That can give you that push that you need, even if you're at your lowest. That helped me loads of times, and I wanted to stop doing what I was doing.
Yeah, totally.
I totally agree with that. The why, for me, is so important, and I think when you really get clear on that and take the time to get clear on that, take the time to get clear on your vision, and also is there anything that you're doing for others too? Because when you've got something to give to the world, to give to others, to give to your family and your friends, you're less likely to get caught up in beating yourself up and kind of, when the no's do come, because they will, remember, don't make it all about you all the time as well. I know it's easier said than done, but sometimes it can just be timing. Sometimes, if you send an email out and you don't get a response, it is just because they are full to the max and their inbox has probably got like hundreds of emails coming in. So it's like, don't always go to the worst and think, oh, it must be me, I must be wrong. Actually, there are lots of circumstances at play, and when you've got your why at the core and you're actually thinking, what am I giving to the world? Why am I doing this? You can always come back to that, and that'll always be a driving force.
Yeah, that's a really, sorry to butt in there, but it's a really good segue to actually the industry as well, and how we're surviving in this, and everyone in this room as well. That thing of, because I can get lost in the why. I've been in the middle of delivering a project that I'm paid to do, and then I've gone who gives a shit? Does anyone, why am I doing this? And almost gone back down that route of almost unpicking it too much and going why am I making this weird music that no one cares about? Does anyone care about it? I don't know. Do I care about it? You get a bit like that. But like you say, sharing that with other people, but also the like you said about approaching other people and giving back, I think, and to me, is a massive part of me surviving and having a career that I'm actually enjoying is 50% of that I'm giving back all the time. And I've some stuff I've done for 20 years, and during lockdown, I still remain humble enough to go into something fresh-faced and say, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not going to try and be the person that thinks I'm bigger than I am. I want to start at the bottom, So going back to music production and going in back to school, back to the bottom, and going look, I want to learn from you as well. But so what I was doing a lot of, because I'm currently trying to go a lot more into production and music production, because I've always dabbled in it but never really mastered it. So one of my, I feel like I've got to offer something every time I ask for something. So maybe you don't have to do that, but that's how I feel. So I'll go to producers and engineers and studios and say, I want to get some more time in other studios, in other spaces, but I'll come and take photographs. I'll come and give you photographs for free if I can sit in your studio. So I think it's important to remember that kind of exchange of skills is important. It's not about money. There's value in what we know and what we do, and to be able to exchange that with someone. So when you're meeting people at events like this, I've always found it better to, rather than just ask for stuff, but just say what can you give other people? And don't beat yourself about that either, in terms of oh, I don't have anything to offer. Sometimes it takes your friends and your colleagues to be able to help you realise what you've got to offer. I've spoken to people today who feel oh, well, I couldn't give you anything back, and then I'm well, you can, because I've recognised that you do this, but they didn't recognise that. So you wouldn't have any of that discussion without this stuff we're talking about, without reflection, without meeting people. Walking through the doors this morning, it just was overwhelmingly emotional for me, because I just suddenly seen all these people that I hadn't seen for ages, and met loads of new people within 20 minutes. I'd seen 20 people I knew, 20 people I'd never met, and I was but not in a nice way of I've really missed this. I've missed this kind of chat and this kind of opportunity to experience other people's stories and how they've survived it and stuff.
Theme that seems to have emerged here then is I'm going to term it relationality, coming into contact with people. Sounds like it has been the most vital thing for everyone here, and almost the experience that we had through pandemic was this real stark realization as we went into isolation that actually I come alive when I'm in contact with people.
I mean, I think even if it's not literal in person, I think kind of having a sense of even if you reach people online, or even if you kind of reconnect with your friends,
Sure.
that kind of thing. Because I had an interesting experience over the pandemic, because I think, okay, so 2020 January, I've had top surgery, which I've been waiting for ages, and then suddenly life is so much brighter, and I'm like, right, I'm going to go to the events, I'm going to do the things, I'm going to meet the people. Oh no. And yeah, obviously. But at the same time, it was a nice opportunity for me to kind of, I think, really realize. I remember like I was having therapy kind of through like, I don't know, 2016, 2017, and I came to what was kind of an obvious, it's always the thing with therapy, isn't it? It's an obvious realization, but you didn't really realize it, and it's still very important. It's always the way.
Oh.
Like, and then
It's
your
obvious
partner,
once you know
yeah.
it.
Yeah, your partner goes, yeah. It's like, anyway, I had the realization that I am most miserable when I'm bored. And the best way to really combat that during the pandemic was like, I loved learning new skills. Like, it doesn't even have to be specifically musical, but like, because throughout like teenagehood, like I'd always enjoyed picking up, if I could pick up a new instrument and like give it a crack, wonderful. That's me sorted for the next 6 months. But kind of sort of diving into skills and realizing that like, this is kind of another way that I can kind of develop myself and kind of keep myself happy, even if there aren't people kind of in the immediate vicinity. Like, did any of you have kind of some kind of strange realizations during the pandemic?
Well, I just had a realization just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Hey. Literally, we were sat when we met, and I was saying to C, like, have we met before? Like, I don't think so. And I was like, all right. And then a minute later, I was like, I'm sure we've met before. And I was like, nah. And I just felt like you said about that connection, it's not always in person.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm sure we've got a connection. And then I just realized I've discovered your page on Instagram over lockdown and like got obsessed with watching your music and your videos and was like, that's where I know you from. It's like, actually, I made a connection with you, but you don't know me, but I made a connection with you.
Oh, that's so nice.
So I was like, I recognise you and I know and I've met you, but I just wanted to say that because I just realised then, and that's almost a perfect example of what you were saying about this connection doesn't have to be like obvious and physical and people you meet, but I've felt a connection with you and to the point where I thought I knew you, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there you go, good example.
Yeah.
This is nice to do it.
Awesome.
So if we then start to address this question up here, it's the name of the panel. How do we foster resilience while building a career in music? What are the things that each of us would say we would encourage others to do in order to do that in an industry that, I mean, the reset button has been hit. Pretty much everyone I know works in music, apart from the other side of people who all work in therapy. And everyone has hit the reset button. How do we manage it? You're a well-being coach.
Yeah.
So,
I've got a big word on the tip of my tongue, and that word is boundaries.
Okay.
Like, so important as well.
Okay.
As much as it's really important to connect, it's also really important to get clear on your personal boundaries because they're different for everybody.
Yeah.
So first get clear on what are my boundaries, what doesn't work for me, how do I work best? For example, for me, because I've got so many things I'm often juggling, and I'm on lots of different social media platforms, it doesn't always work for me to be opening DMs on Twitter, on Facebook, on Messenger, on TikTok. It's, just thinking about it, I've got different email addresses and then WhatsApp groups. And so, I had to remove myself from certain WhatsApp groups that weren't working for me. I had to, with certain jobs, I have to say, email me, please. Sorry, I can't reply to you on Messenger on a Saturday night at 11 p.m. I might not be available, but if you email me, I'll see it when I get to the office, when I'm doing those hours, and I'll make sure I get a reply there. But boundaries like that are totally reasonable too. And that can be many things, but I think it's really key just to get clear. If something's not working for you, sit with it, look at what's not working, and there might be a boundary that you have to put in place around it.
Totally.
That's a really good point.
Because we want to be accommodating,
Yeah, of
and
course.
I think that's like such a natural instinct, but like you can't kind of serve the people around you if you're so depleted, or if people start to kind of take the piss.
Yeah.
Or
I
frankly.
learned boundaries over lockdown for the first time. And now I work less hours and I'd get more. I do work less hours work, but I achieve more. For the first time in my life, like I achieve more than I've ever achieved, but I'm working half the hours I was working, which sounds weird, but I discovered that that's the thing you can do. Like, because it's about spending that time better, but also having those boundaries in place. So I think I set a boundary of a lockdown where at 8 p.m, I'm not going to touch WhatsApp. So anyone I'm in a WhatsApp group with, whether it's my bands or like photography or whatever, I'm like, if it's after 8 p.m, that's it, I'm done. I'm off. Unless it's an emergency, you've got my phone number, you know, like. So, because you're having conversations dropping into your phone at midnight, and it's like, that's not healthy, not for me anyway. So that, yeah, boundaries was massive for me.
I wonder though, and I'm going to play devil's advocate here, if you are really, really trying to forge your career and you're scared about missing opportunities, that it could be quite difficult to set the frame of a boundary. Now, it's all right for me. I mean, I had flipping a WhatsApp message and a text last night, really, really late, from 2 potential clients. I'm not answering that. I'm not reading them. I don't recognise the number, putting it down, because I'll start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But I know some new therapists who are very, very early in practice who will engage with that. How do we then set a boundary for ourselves if we're pursuing something and we're perhaps at the start of a career? I wonder if your experience in your transformation and what happened for you, were you able to appropriately set boundaries, Sanchez?
Yeah, I feel like the obvious thing is when you're grinding, you take many opportunities, don't you? And you put in the hard hours, you put in the hard time. If you are able to set boundaries at that early stage, that's great. If you're able to find out what works for you, what doesn't. But what everyone's just spoken about here obviously came from experience. You would have had to be messaging at late hours. You would have had to be answering the calls at Twitter, and then be like, wait a minute, this doesn't work for me. And then it's about bravery. So there was times where, whether it's through when I was at football, whether I was in music, at radio, where you have to look at opportunities and go, does this work for me? Should I be saying yes to everything? Is it quality over quantity sometimes? And you have to really have these difficult decisions and have the bravery to say, like, on most Sundays, I don't reply to much things. That's me and my time. And the bravery is, will I miss something? Will something come and go? If it is, it's maybe not meant for me. I'm at that stage now of happiness where I would rather go work Monday to Saturday and Sundays is the me time. And then you know what it is? I'll pick it up on Monday. I read a book, I don't know if you've ever read it, The 4-Hour Work Week. And it's really cool perspective. And it basically says that, it gets to the point where it whittles it down to I'll work 4 hours on a Tuesday, and that's when people will mold into your time frame. Like if you're available in that time, that's quite extreme. But it's like if they know that's your working hours, you're giving quality, you are good at your craft, people will mold into that. And I think people initially are scared when you're new into it. You want to just, like you said, you want to be accommodating to, yes, I'll do this, but if you're saying, yes, I'll do a gig, and you're getting told the night before and it's 100 miles away, is that really going to be beneficial for you to give your best self? So it's about bravery and really taking a look and understanding that, there's it's not the be all and end all if you do miss one or two things. But again, when you're starting off, you have to put you have to put in that graft, put in that hard work to then learn how those boundaries can be set.
But I think you're right in that sense of like at the start, it's almost we're in an industry where you can't do that, or you're not encouraged or allowed to do that. So it is a real hard balance in it to be like, I've got to look after myself, but I've got to show that I'm willing to do anything in all hours, because that's how you get the work in this industry. You kind of just show up and you do the job and you do it until it's done, and you do anything that's around that job. Because I also know people that I'm sort of mentoring who are at the beginning of various careers in photography or music, and sometimes they'll start with really strong boundaries and it goes against them, because then people go, well, I don't even know who you are and you're telling me, like, you come in with this real hard line of like, this is what I want paying, this is what I want doing. And so it's always about a personable thing, isn't it? About look at every opportunity in a bespoke way. And that person have a separate conversation, a separate relationship. It's not like as black and white as that, is it? It's like, what do you want to get out of that relationship and what you're willing to put in. And I think that's a boundary in itself, isn't it? So it's looking at boundaries at the early stages in a sense of how far am I willing to go, and I want to be happy, like you were saying. I want to remain, engaged. So if you're willing to do an 18-hour shift and still be hyped up, because when I was doing that, when I was working 20 hours a day sometimes, I was hyped up on it. I was loving it. I wasn't miserable. I was actually like getting off on it, do you know what I mean? I was like, wow. Because I was in a job where I was working in a youth centre. I was running a music studio and a record label. And I was like, I have to work 20 hours a day because I shouldn't be getting paid to do this. I shouldn't be getting paid to do this. It's too good, like an opportunity. So therefore, I'm in this opportunity. So I've got to give them my whole self. And all the young people have got to have me 24 hours a day, because otherwise I don't feel like I should be here. But at the time I felt like I was enjoying it. It was like thriving off it. It took me a long time, like you're saying. Now I've got the privilege of saying no, and the privilege of going. I've like done it so long. I've got long-standing relationships. I've got a reputation I've built up slowly over a long time. So I can afford to say no as well, and I've got that privilege of setting them boundaries that you're talking about. And I think that, like you say, Sanchez, it's like worth remembering that when we're talking to people as well that are at the beginning of that. You can't just go, well, just do this, because we've got that privilege, haven't we, of now being able to make that choice.
I would say like that it can be a nice way to kind of allow portfolioism to kind of work for you, because like I feel it's a tough industry, and there's kind of no easy way around that. But even so, like, we need to make sure that we are kind of inclusive as a community. So like, if you know that you have kind of certain specific limitations, like if you know like you'll suffer from exhaustion a lot, or you're neurodiverse and you can't take noise for like a huge period of time, this kind of thing, then kind of a thing of kind of what you could sort of along the lines of what you were talking about, kind of work kind of smart, not hard necessarily. I mean, still work hard, but smart as much as anything else. If you feel like there's, because of whatever limitations that you have, and we all have limitations because we're all human, and that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. Breed creativity for, it's also just fine, But like, maybe it could be a case of, if I know that I can't I'm not the kind of person who can tour tons for whatever reason, maybe start writing as well. Like you can reviews, video essays, whatever it might be. There could be various things that kind of work for the kind of person that you are, so that you're not necessarily in a position where it's kind of like, I'm exhausted, I'm worn out, and I've got nothing else to give, and I can't continue with this anymore. Sort of manage it in a way that kind of makes it work for the equipment that you've kind of got. I think.
Being open and honest as well, like that.
Yeah.
I think that's the industry, from my perspective, has got a bit better. Lockdown was a good thing, I think, when people were saying they want the industry to go back to normal. For me, I was saying I don't want it to go back to normal, because the normal was shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The industry was shit before 2020, and we've got an opportunity to press reset, got an opportunity to change and get rid of all of these prehistoric ideas. And the one thing I realised within my band was that if that didn't, we were 6 months into being a full-time band after 20 years of trying. We finally got to a point where everyone quit their jobs. We was getting a wage from making music, just in one band. It was that was the kind of goal. And then lockdown happened at the worst time for us, but actually the best time, because I think if we'd have carried on, we'd have burnt out. We was already burning out. We was individually having various mental health problems. So being able to stop and look back at that now and go like, we was on a treadmill that we didn't design and we didn't choose to be on. We didn't go into the industry thinking we want to ride this treadmill. We just didn't think we had a choice. We've come out of lockdown saying, fuck that. This is our industry. We can design it how we want to design it. And I think we all need to remember that going forward, that let's not try and go back into this industry. Let's try and make a new industry. And one of the things I've realised is that honesty from myself, being honest, like you said. If you can find that at an early stage, that's amazing. It's taken me my whole life to get to this point. But if you can find that at an early stage where you can say, actually, I'm willing to give you everything to get this opportunity, but I can only do about 4 hours because I get really exhausted, like you were saying. If you can have that honesty quite early on, I think people are starting to respect that more now. And there's less people in the industry now that are really brutal and harsh and will put you down for that. And if they are, then they're not worth working with anyway, do you know what I mean? Like, if they don't respect your mental health and physical health, then, and you're being honest and upfront about it and polite about it, then fuck 'em. But do you know what I mean? Like, we've got to look after this is our industry. It's not whoever they are. It's not their industry. It's not like 1970s. You know, it's not men in suits. Still is quite a bit, but you know, what I'm saying is, it's like we can start to now try and reclaim it.
I mean,
That's what I mean.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because like
I'm not saying it's easy or it's changed.
Oh no,
but
no. But it's kind of like we always kind of straddle that line, kind of where we're kind of on the one hand being an artist, intensely personal, like very like draining, not necessarily in a bad way, but it takes a lot out of you. And kind of, here is my soul. Hope you like it. Kind of got that on the one hand, but also kind of you have to also treat yourself like a commodity on the other. And it's not always easy to manage that. Yeah, so I think that point was probably going somewhere.
No, but then that is very different. You're putting yourself out as a product, aren't you? And as a brand and all these things, as well as trying to be honest and have integrity, but very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
You used a word then, products, that I knew things were starting to go wrong for me when I worked in music, when I started to referring to music as product, when I went to work for a major. And I caught myself saying it and thinking, why am I using that language? What is happening for me? This is a really brilliant theme, what we're talking about here, and the overall theme of resilience. I think we could probably go on for, about 2 more days doing this. We've got about 12 minutes left. And I think it might be quite nice to open it up to the audience to ask some questions. Has anybody got a question they'd like to ask? Yeah, we could got someone over here.
Just something you just touched on there, the idea of music as a product. How do you feel about the term content as it relates to it?
Well, I saw a quote over the lockdown, which many people might have seen, which was, when did artists turn into content creators? You know, when did they stop being artists? I mean, I don't know what I think about. I'm just putting it out there, but that's a really interesting. We've kind of like we've been told we're content creators. I didn't choose to do that necessarily. Do you know what I mean? Now I can't just be a musician or an artist. I've got to now be a marketeer, a content creator, everything. But what you going to say?
Yeah. I feel with the content, something that helps me with kind of creating content and being resilient towards that is how I frame it to myself. So if I'm, say, doing a creative day, a few hours, creating some stuff, I'll just say to myself, okay, Sinead, you're creating today, you're being creative. And if we happen to capture some content, then great, and I'll just have it there ready. Yeah. And for me, I get when I've got a release, I've got a certain release plan to work around and certain things to post, but I'll try to be as authentic as possible within that. And that's the best way I can kind of balance it, I think.
I was just about to say that, it's authenticity. You know, let's not sugarcoat it. You know, social media is a massive, powerful, you know, industry. It's a tool that I believe everybody should use. When people come to me at the BBC and say, how do I get involved with the industry? I say, well, all the stuff that you mentioned about the Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, all this stuff, it's a lot, but that's it. They're platforms and they're amazing. Now, how I do it is I literally I point and post and talk and I'm just me, and then it goes. I might put a hashtag every now and again. I probably should research a bit more, but I do it because I enjoy it. Now, when people do it because they feel like they have to get out there, that's when it can be a bit difficult. But you know, I think we'll all agree that making content is a great way, and it's sometimes not the way that people would want. Like I've discovered musical artists from them doing a TikTok and it's their song in the background while they're doing something, and then I've gone to find their music, and then I'm now a fan. So it is unfortunately part of it's part of our lives now. So I'd recommend everyone to at least dabble in it, and then just try to be authentic and not really worry about it too much of how it looks. But use content. It's massive.
Like, I feel like whenever we make something that we put out on social media, like, I totally agree. Like, I love Instagram, I have to say. Like, it's such a wonderful way to kind of connect with artists and come across, like, so many wonderful things. I think it's important to kind of remember with these things as well, though, that YouTube, Instagram, those are kind of my go-tos because those are kind of my favorites. But you're also kind of, you're a non-contracted employee for Google kind of thing, which is always kind of an interesting one. It's like being the whole 0 hours contract type shenanigan where it won't give you anything. So I think it's important to remember that to use it as a tool for your purposes. Like, I think many of these platforms have kind of preferences for, like, of course they'd love you to upload, like, every week at a specific time and all the rest of it. And maybe if you're the kind of person who thrives on a deadline, that's wonderful. And that happens to kind of be, you gel with that, fantastic. If it doesn't, as is the way with a 0 hour contract, they don't owe you anything, but you also don't owe them anything. So, like, whatever it is that you're up to, as long as it works for the kind of person you are and the kind of, like, product content that you're trying to kind of put out there.
As a tool, like you said, it's a tool you can manipulate yourself as well. I think I find it quite hard generating content, and I've managed artists that also, like, have not been on any social media. There was an artist called Nomad Spock who was a friend of mine, and he made an album and he's never put anything out. He didn't have any social media. No one knew who he was, and he hates social media. He decided to use social media for the artist's purpose, built it slowly, didn't put his face on it, didn't want any photographs on it. We did manage to get the album played on major radio and things like that. But one day he woke up after building it all and just deleted it all because he freaked out. So I've worked very sensitively with people like that. I can't say to him, you need to develop content. My first thought is his mental health. And if he doesn't want to be on social media, let's find a way of, let's see that as a really cool challenge. Let's find a way of him just using Bandcamp and generating a community on Bandcamp that if he finds 100 people who are fans of his album and they're die-hard fans, and every time he puts a track out, they all pay money, he could generate some good money from that, from 100 people. You know, focusing on those 100 people, not worrying about the numbers going into the tens of thousands. But, you know, so it's similar for me, and I feel like it can punish me for my mental health. So social media sometimes says to me, if you don't post for 2 weeks, we're going to punish you by not having engagement because the algorithm's moved. So that pisses me off as well, because I'm like, what if for 2 weeks if I go into a hole and I can't go on social media, I can't. So I'm getting punished for that now, because now, you know, but again, I don't want to sound negative about it. I'm just saying there's two sides to it. I use social media a lot. I love Instagram. That's where I live, really, in terms of social. It's about, like we've all said, using it for your purposes, what you want to get out of it. If it is detrimental to your mental health, then definitely review why you're using it and if you have to use it. But see that as a creative challenge of, like, let's find another way of promoting you as an artist that doesn't have to rely on these big social media campaigns.
I'd offer a context as well that says there are 6 billion different interpretations of the word content, and we each have our own experience of what that means. Some experiences will be, that's a word that doesn't describe the authenticity of my creativity. For another person will use it. So when I had my experience of using that word product, it felt to some degree questionable. It felt uncomfortable. I probably, I wouldn't use it, and I stopped using it fairly soon afterwards because I'd gotten trapped working for a major record company, and that's how they referred to it. It wasn't for me. I knew I had to be out of that environment, but it's a word, and the language is constantly evolving, and we all interpret language in our own very, very unique way, with a lot of similarities too. I think we've got time probably for one more question. Could you share could you like weave it into like one whole?
We'll just answer them.
Oh, hang on, so there's a microphone going to come up for you.
This is weird, isn't it? Hello. That is hard, isn't it? I was just going to ask about, like, you mentioned with different social medias and stuff, and say if someone started going onto it and stuff, like, it can be hard to get the personality, like, of yourself across straight off the bat. I feel like you kind of I put myself in a box of just, like, music covers and stuff like that, and you kind of, I had a gig the other week where some people came after seeing us online saying, oh, it's not bad, and then they got there and I was quite me gobby normal self and chatting away and stuff, and that got me a wedding gig. And that, to me, shows that if you show your personality, yeah, you can get better different ventures and stuff. Do you have any, like, I don't know, I guess recommended, like, is there a way to get out of that box, I guess, of not being able to show your personality, keeping it very regimented to just one thing, if that makes sense? I think that makes sense.
Listen, personality has got me everything in my life. Like the amount of conversations or job interviews or places where people have been probably more qualified, more suited to roles, and once they've kind of seen me, they've bought into me. I don't know about you guys, but with anything, I buy into people. You know, if you come to me and we connect, then I'll give you the world and do everything I can. What I'll say is, you know, let's say a musician, if I could sing, I'd be doing the music covers all the time. The other thing that I'd probably do is just videos just talking, but it's tough because I'm very confident and not everybody is, and that's not always a bad thing. And I think you have to be unapologetically yourself. So I would say just do other forms of content, or maybe before you do a cover, explain why you're doing it. You won't even realise your personality coming across, but if you're doing a Lewis Capaldi cover and you're like, oh, I saw a funny video on Lewis, it cracked me up, and maybe your Yorkshire accent comes out. Do you know what I mean? Like, just add little nuances either before or after the cover to then let people kind of see your way in. And it's obvious that worked though, seeing the cover and they've taken a chance and then your personality shone through. That should be an example of, you know, you should try and find more ways that you're comfortable with to show your personality, because it's obviously great.
Does it just come down to like repetitions with it and just keep posting until it just becomes natural?
And the other side, so when I'm in my studio, I think of it like I'm talking to one person, even though I'm talking to thousands, and that makes it easier for me. Like, even though sometimes, you know, I am talking to thousands, I'm doing big conference or big things, when I feel like I'm talking to one person, that's when I'm recording, I'm talking to myself, I'm talking to my missus, I'm talking to my mum, and in that way, I'm just me. And even though I know, you know, it's obvious other people are going to see it, I'm not doing it for the people that they want to see a Sanchez talking a little bit more like this. I'm just chatting and I'm chilled, and then once you post it, I'm happy that that's myself that's gone out there.
I'd add a therapeutic context to that. I've had this week 2 initial consultations with 2 potential new clients, and neither of them want to work with me. And that's all right. It really is okay, because I know that when a person comes and sits in the therapy space that I'm in, they're going to have to come and experience me. And some people really, really like me and feel comfortable. Some people don't. And that's the kind of name of the game. That's the kind of name of the game. There's another theme though that seems to, or might emerge from that is, are we comfortable with some people liking us, some people not liking us? And part of it, I suppose, part of the challenge is that we try and get comfortable with people just not really getting what we are. Get comfortable with perhaps using social media and putting stuff out there. I'm like, bro, does this feel like me? Sometimes we have to get over that. So public speaking, I feel really comfortable here. 25 years ago, if I'd have been sat in it, I'd have been shitting myself. I'd have been really sweaty. I'd have been like holding on like that. I wouldn't have been able to do it. To be amongst a group of people who are doing this so naturally is a really, really lovely experience.
It's worth, yeah, it feels, it's natural, but
Yeah.
inside I'm anxious, you know, so it's another thing of like,
yeah.
you know,
Thank you,
masking
Sean.
and
Yeah.
press, you know.
Sure, sure.
So I think we all develop that as well, you know, like,
Yeah.
I've done loads of these things, but,
Yeah.
and I love it, but
Yeah.
I'm always, you know, I always look like I'm real chilled.
Yeah.
But I'm not, inside I'm like,
The best way to combat that is, again, it's so cliche, but just being yourself. I've been in rooms when I was at Leeds United, and I walked into rooms and I'm seeing these big footballers in the big cars and that, and you know, then we go out on nights out and they're buying bottles and all this, and that's just not me. I'm from Chapeltown, you know what I mean? I'm humble, I'm chilled, I'm relaxed, and do you know what it is? I changed the ethos of Leeds United. I changed the ethos of the lads that used to go out and be pretentious. Because just being myself, and then it made me realise that, like I said, I'm on the board for Leeds 2023. We're about to do a year of culture that's going to, you know, bring international, and I did feel like I had imposter syndrome for a little bit until I realised that I know what I have to say matters because it's my own perspective and it's not yours. Therefore, we can learn off each other. So I think getting that in of just being you and being okay with that, and like you said, people may like you, people may not, and that's okay. I struggled with that for a long time. I was a people pleaser. I was like, well, why don't you like me? I'm a nice guy.
I'm still in that place. Like,
it is really tough, but then it's also, realising that it's okay. And I would rather someone, you know, not like me or, you know, not agree with me being myself than someone like me or for who I'm not. So it's just getting over that and then, literally just being you and putting yourself out there as much as you're comfortable with. Take time. Like we said, we're about building resilience. It's about a year from now. Where are you going to be a year from now when you come back to here and you tell us that you've got your own YouTube channel and your TikTok's gone crazy and then you've been bookings because you've developed it slowly. Whereas if you jump into it tomorrow because of this conference and then go, right, I'm not doing it ever again. Do you know what I mean? So just be comfortable, man, but you'll smash it.
Yeah, being it for the long haul.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain degree as well of like, essentially like what you were sort of saying, you kind of reap what you sow as well. Like, so if you put out a personality there that's like, it's not yours, then you're gonna kind of get back to you stuff that that doesn't really vibe with you, that doesn't really make you happy. If you kind of put out kind of like what you want to see in the world, like I'm often like quite a silly person, and I'm fine with that. And like I've kind of been in contexts where people like had sort of grand academia as a kind of like. But the kind of people who like because you don't take yourself super seriously, they think you're not smart, all that kind of thing. Like I'm done with that kind of a person, and I'm done with kind of fostering this kind of an attitude. So kind of knowing what it is about kind of yourself as a person that you like, that's fine. Don't apologize for that. Like,
Yeah, cool.
I'd love to sit here all afternoon doing this because I'm loving listening to each of you.
There was
another question.
Have we got one more
question?
question? Yeah, go on then.
Hiya.
There was another question here as well.
So, in terms of building social media, did you guys in the early stages ever feel like uncomfortable with that process? And how were you kind of resilient to kind of like get over that, if that makes sense?
Well, this was someone else, yeah. 'Cause mine was... So I scored a goal when I was at Leeds United that took my followers on Twitter from like 300 to like 6,000 overnight, and same with my Instagram and stuff. So I was kind of already in it. So like I said, I've been filmed since I was age 7. So I've kind of been in it, and I've already been like, I don't really blah. It don't mean not to me. Like what I hated when I was on like 7,000 followers on Instagram, speak to people and try to collab. Then once I hit 10,000, everyone's coming at me. Like I really don't like it. But I also know that it's a great platform for myself to put myself out there and use it. But I've always been in it, so I'm probably you guys who've grown with it.
To be honest, I don't know if I'm brilliant with social media. To be honest, I mean, I think sometimes though it's quite. I mean, I make very weird stuff. So I think that it kind of works in my favour in the sense of like. You do something and it's very peculiar, so if somebody comes across it, they tend to remember it.
I think it's what you mean by growing it though. Like I said earlier, like if you can engage 50 people that's more important than having 50,000 followers. That's really, it's just try and reframe it a bit of like, what are you giving those people and how you invest in, if they're invested in you, what are you investing, invest in the people that invest in you as well. So I think at the early stages, try not to get lost in the numbers of growing, because numbers, I mean, it's a hard thing to say because people will judge you on it in terms of industry and bookers and agents and stuff, which is the shit part of it. That's why I like Bandcamp as well, because you have followers, your tracks don't have number plays on them, things like that. So I think just think about if you can engage slowly with an audience and they invest in you. People who are like super fans, they stay for life. They will follow you forever, and they'll buy everything you put out, every T-shirt you make, and you can make a career on 100 people.
As much as I'd love to sit here all afternoon and take more questions, we've got to draw it to a close because there's going to be another panel soon. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for offering of yourselves. It's been really, really lovely to hear all of you speak and to share. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Okay, yeah, thank you everyone. That was amazing. If anyone did have any more questions, I'm going to offer up that you just come and talk to these guys now that they're done. Just come and have a chat with them. So yeah, there's going to be a half-hour break now, and then we're back here with another panel, which is this one, at 12:30. So yeah, get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or whatever, have a chat, and we'll see you then.
Nice.
Nice to meet you, I'm Scott.
Hiya, Harry.
Hello, everyone.
I was just saying, do you reckon if we sit on that side, those lights are going to be in our face as well? Have I sat in, or have I sat in completely the wrong place?
I've got both.
Okay, hello. Yeah, that is louder than I normally am, definitely. Welcome, everyone, to the Launchpad conference. It's lovely to see you all here on this Easter week. This is the second panel of the day, and it is about, dun dun dun, using opportunities to build your audiences. We've got an amazing panel here today. Well, oh God, this sounds so cocky. We've got an amazing panel, and I'm Ash. I'm going to kick it off down the other end. If we could just introduce ourselves and a little bit about who we are.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jamila. I've worked in the music industry for about 14 years. Predominantly spent the last, or about 12 of those years as a major label A&R, and now I'm in management.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm a electronic music DJ and producer based in Leeds. Been doing it the best part of a decade with a slight interlude into motherhood, and yeah, it's me.
Lovely.
Hey everyone, I'm Scott. I do a few things. I run a record label called Clue Records. That turns 10 in November, so I've been doing that for quite a while. I do art development for an organisation called Come Play With Me. Mentoring for Launchpad as well, work for Launchpad. I lecture in here in the Conservatoire and I manage a band. I think that's it, yeah.
I'm Harry, also based in Leeds. I run a company called Hanglands. So we're a communications and events agency working mostly in sort of music and festivals and cultural projects. So we look after sort of PR and social and marketing and more or less anything else anyone needs us to look after. Yeah, I've been working in music since my late teens in various different roles, and Hanglands is about nearly 4 years old.
Cool, and just for the context, now that I've not just called myself amazing, I'm Ash, I'm a keys player, I play in some bands, and I work for Manchester Jazz Festival and Leeds Jazz Festival, and today we are here to talk a little bit about something that is a pitfall I think a lot of people fall into, which is whenever someone's like, come play our festival, or we've put you on this playlist, and you're like, oh my God, I've made it, my life's changing, I've done it, and then nothing happens because you didn't make the most of the opportunity. So I'd kind of like to kick things off, I kind of want to ask you from your varying perspectives, because a lot of you are artists, but also work with artists from DIY, and also major label kind of perspectives. What is something that you see artists doing that is just a big missed opportunity from your line of work? I'll give you an example. Whenever my band release their music, we'll play a gig, and at the gig, the singer, sorry Lydia, will not say, we've released music, or you can follow us on social media, or do any of that kind of promotions. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Does anyone have anything they'd like to kick us off with?
I can have a gripe about one of the bands on Clue, if that helps.
Yeah, go on, there's a big moan.
And I'll name them. Yeah, so we work with a band called Van Houten. It's like slacker indie pop, really cool, really good. They got onto the Glastonbury Emerging Talent long list thing that was announced recently. So they got the email through, shared it with me. I was like, yeah, Amazing News is really good. Like, a lot of attention's coming. They get the industry's looking at that as well, and a bit more coming into it. And I'm like, you're going to get people looking at your audience, industry, all of that. Let's set out a plan of how we're going to sort of capitalise on it and make the most of it. So it was like back catalogue playlists. Welcome to hey, if you're new to us, here's what we do. This is a bit of that. Maybe some digital ads, and they just didn't do anything. And I was like, yeah, and I didn't have the time. I had a lot of other stuff on at the time, so it came out of the blue, and it just didn't capitalise on that. And I think in doing that, it was just. Basically, it was not being prepared. I think if you're prepared and you're quite good in your structure and sort of how you run your artistry and work as an artist, you can capitalise more on these opportunities because it's less like, oh shit, hang on a minute, we need to do something with this. And it's like, what do you do? And there's less panic there. So yeah, setting out a plan, having an idea of it, and then following through with it and just doing it. They were in the studio at the time and they were very focused on that. So there is a little bit of an excuse, you know what I mean? But it's like there was so much more they could have done with it. So I think that was one thing, just not following through with the plan to do those things. I think as well, sort of announcing yourself to an extent, I think the band thing when you're playing, even saying your name, especially if you're supporting, it's like, we are Van Houten, we are Mamilo. You know, it's like that thing of make sure everybody in that audience knows who you are, so when they walk out there, like, they were mint and I know the name. Because if it's like, who was that? If you're asking about it, it leaves a bit of a question that you don't quite know.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? I think I can see the cogs turning now.
And I was just going to say, because there's a fine balance between actually capitalising on your time and channeling all your energy into your art. Like you were saying, there's spending a lot of time on your art, and there's a fine balance between all the various things you have to do as an artist, whether it be preparing for an interview or the art itself or the social media or the planning for a gig or the planning for travel. You know, there's so much to do at any given time. So it can be tough. Sometimes you can miss an opportunity to do a post. I do it all the time. I'm terrible with social media, if I'm honest. I used to be a lot better, but yeah, just not enough hours in the day. So yeah, it does require some planning. Obviously, if you can have another person doing that for you, that's a massive plus as well. But yeah, it's tricky trying to balance everything and when you've got so many plates spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the opportunity that one of the more common missed opportunities I see is people just not following up on a success, or taking too long to follow up, or getting in their own head about stuff. I think your wins and successes feel very huge to you, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not. And things move depressingly quickly. So it's like there is an element, I think, where something big happens. So, you know, the band I'm in, I've just done a support tour with my favourite band. This is a dream, whatever. And then emailing their agent in 6 months and saying, "We've got an EP now. Do you remember we did that support tour?" It's just gone. So it's like, I think that's a missed opportunity. That's several opportunities get missed a lot of the time. Well, you know, streaming starts to go well, and then not having anything ready to follow it up, and I think it's like a kind of case of having, you know, a plan in place when you're putting music out or you're doing something. Having a plan in place in case it goes incredibly well, and having a plan in place that goes incredibly badly, and knowing like, okay, well, this single might go amazingly well, and I need something to follow it up. This single might go horribly, and I need something to pick it up with. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the big thing is contextualizing your wins in the wider scheme of things. Which is depressing, sorry.
No, no, it's actionable. What about you, Jamila?
I think for me, it's probably even the step before putting stuff out. Feels like everybody gets, you know, rightly so, really excited about, maybe it's the first project, maybe it's the first piece of music that you're releasing. I would say, you know, once you've got to that stage and you've kind of got something that you're excited about, is really working out who are your, whether it's your contemporaries, your peers, and looking around and going, okay, maybe musically they're not exactly the same as you, but going, how did they do their first 6 months of release? What, you know, who supported them, what tastemakers, what gatekeepers were supportive of them in their infancy, and just really working out whether there are things that you can do if you're on your own particularly, and you know, you don't have a team, just identifying a real range of opportunities before you even get to that stage so that you give yourself the options, and then you've got the people after the fact to follow up with. So for me, it's that early kind of beforehand part that really is, I guess, slightly overlooked because everyone's excited.
I think the thing that kind of ties together what all of you have said there is an element of planning. And I think that's something that I really wanted to ask you all about, because especially whenever you're starting out and if you're independent and you're doing all of these things yourself, you know, you're probably putting a lot of your time into the art, the making of the music, the thing that you really love.
whilst trying to do your marketing, and you don't know what hyperlinking is, but you're going to do it in your emails, and you don't know how to bookkeep, but you're going to stay on top of the finances. But like that element of planning can just seem like something you don't have time for, when actually it's like investing in time well spent. So what I wanted to ask is, how do you start? How do you teach yourself to be proactive, or where would you start? I'm going to open it out to the floor.
I think I'm just going to follow on kind of from what I was saying earlier. It's just really identifying, you know, what is your project? Who are you as an artist? And then I think identifying what types of things in a campaign you'd be happy to do. There are artists that absolutely, you know, adore using Twitter. There are artists that adore using TikTok. And I think it's just really identifying which areas are your strongest and which you'd like to get better at and learn through a campaign, you know, whilst you use those. I think starting at that point is something that's fairly easy to do, because pretty much everyone's used most types of social media. And then just, again, looking through artists that you feel, you know, maybe your friend's in a band that's doing really well, maybe there's an artist that you've just discovered that you quite like. I think it's just identifying, okay, what was the things that they did that you thought, I could maybe use that, or that could be really well adapted to my artist campaign. And then just make a list, and I'd break them out into, you know, okay, who are we going to hit at radio? Who are we going to hit at press? What types of social media are we going to engage in? Are we going to look to perform locally? And then just make a little list of, you know, some of them can be your dream targets, some of them can be those early initial targets. And then just, yeah, simple as working your way through a list.
I feel like that's what we refer to as a dirty word called strategy.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's so like molecular. But it's just planning, isn't it? Like, you all really mentioned planning. Like, Scott, I know that you do a lot of work directly with artists setting out a plan. Do you have any advice for how, if you don't have someone there to help you with that yourself, like how you can just do that for yourself?
Like spreadsheets, is it like it's the
another
worst,
dirty word?
Yeah, one of the worst things, and there's no fun in. Well, no, there can be fun in spreadsheets if you get that deep into it. Well, yeah, you know, like when you automate and something turns green when you've got a ticket, it's like, oh, that's satisfying, isn't it? Maybe it's not fun, maybe it's satisfying. But yeah, spreadsheets. I worked in a bank in like the admin, the back end side of it for a long time while I was like transitioning, coming from doing that full-time day job, that thing, and then coming into working in the music industry full-time and trying to chip away from that to come into this. And so it was the skills that I learned in that, of understanding spreadsheets and being good at that and being disciplined and that sort of things that supported me in that role. They're not exclusive to the music industry. You know, I was like, well, this will help me if I can sort out a plan and I get a good spreadsheet. And like you're saying, I'd have a tab for, if we're looking at booking agents or PRs or whoever, I have different tabs for each one. I'd list them out, and it just becomes your go-to place of like, what do I need to know what we're doing? 12 to 18 month plan is on there, and I think that's one thing we set out with artists, is we'll start on like a 12 to 18 month plan, and this first 6 months are very tangible, you know what's going on with that, and then the next 6 months is sort of loose, and but you've got a good idea of what's happening longer term, and then the next 6 months after that is very, very in the air, but you're always going back to it, and you can see a direction then. So that for me is just, it's sitting down and talk. If you're in a group, it's talking to each other and being like, what do we actually want to achieve? What do we want to do? And then putting those little building blocks into getting there. I think another part as well, if you're a solo artist, it's incredibly hard because you've got to do the lot, and that's really, really difficult. So work out what you're good at and what needs the most focus, and stick on those. If you are a group, if you're a band, work to people's skills. If somebody is good at spreadsheets and that sort of thing, or organisation, and they're the ones like timekeeping and keeping everybody on, they can be the one doing that. Somebody's great at like networking and speaking to people and doing the socials, great there on that, and like assign roles out as well. I think that can really help in making it like a good, workable, sustainable, functional project. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like knowing yourself, isn't it, before you start, basically. Just, it was said, like, knowing your boundaries, right? Your personal boundaries of what you want to kind of say, well, this is a really personal project, and actually I don't want to talk about it. Well, it's good to find that out before you start and someone asks you. So I think it's, again, it's like, I think, especially as an artist, and especially at the beginning, I think you do you do need to go into it with like an incredibly strong sense of yourself and who you are and what you're doing, because, you know, you might get fantastic management, you might get a label who completely get your vision and will support your vision. And, you know, I feel very passionate about, you know, the records that we work on, and me and the team, we work very hard on them, but ultimately the artist's vision and sense of their self, I feel, has to drive it a lot of the time. And so I think there's something to be said about not learning on the fly who you are. And, you know, and figuring out, you know, you know, yeah, for sure. And you know, you might get surprised. You might go in and think, oh, I'm this person. They go, oh, no, I'm not that person. But yeah, Scott said, it's figuring it out. You know, if you are incredibly, like, there is a huge amount of pressure on artists, and it's one of the great barriers of the music industry, is that there's a pressure on artists to be everything all at once. And it's just recognizing what you're good at and what you're not good at, and then so if you do end up having to invest some money into something, you're investing it in the right thing. If you have incredibly strong visual sensibility, and you know exactly what you want it to look like, and you're involved in arts, and you're involved with artistic people, you can create that vision. That's great, but you can't write for anything. Well, then maybe you pay a journalist to write your biography, and you collaborate with other people in your community on your visuals. So it's like figuring out who you are, I think, and what your best skills are. So my old band, we didn't ever pay for anything because our drummer owned a studio, I owned a PR company, our singer was an artist. We could just sort of knock everything out. It was great. And you know, we owned a van, so we kind of had everything. So you know,
finding people outside of that as well, like your friends who, like, you'll be in a creative circle, you'll have friends who are photographers, videographers, who they're also like trying to emerge at the same point as you. It's like, if you can do that alongside each other, and they can really go on that sort of journey with you, do you know what I mean? And discover and develop their talent, that can really work as well, I think.
Yeah, I think it just depends as well. Every journey trajectory for every artist or band or whatever is so different. Like for me, it happened quite quickly, actually, off the back of some productions that I never thought would even see the light of day. I happened to know some friends with labels at the time. Next thing, they're getting signed, they're out there. Boom, I'm only just like a warm-up DJ in my hometown. You know, next thing I'm headlining shows. And so I think it's easy to say, you know, if you can go at this knowing yourself, that's a great thing. But I think from my personal perspective, it's been very much, I've been figuring that out as I go along. And with that comes some challenges, because you might get in your own head, you might get a bit of imposter syndrome, you might get a bit of creative block, you might suddenly go from something being your hobby to being your livelihood at what seemingly overnight. And actually, you know, with that comes a need for some personal growth stuff and figuring, you know, kind of learning on the job essentially for a little while before you can figure out who you are and what makes you tick and what's right for you, whether social media is your thing, whether it's not. You know, for years I was kind of doing a lot more social media, and then it's only with a bit of a break, a bit of a sort of step back from it all. I'm not really that kind of person. I find it all very contrived, or can be contrived. Some people are just made for that kind of thing. They just ooze charisma on social media, and you know, I think it's, like you say, I think it's important to be able, like you've all said, actually, it's important to figure out what works for you and what doesn't, and harness that. And if there's some personal growth and self-care stuff to go on at the same time, and get everything in balance, and ultimately channel the majority of your energy into your art, and the rest can kind of fall into place as well.
Absolutely, because that's one of the things that I wanted to follow this up with. You know, it's all well and good, especially after a day like today. Like, people are like, oh, you can do this, and you should do this, and you should plan, and you're all fired up, and you're going to do it. And then tomorrow you've got to work a 10-hour shift, and then the next day life gets, like, not that life gets in the way, but life will continue to happen, and it's really easy to get overwhelmed. And whenever you're overwhelmed, you just do nothing. Rather than just being like, oh, well, actually, if I just decided for 3 social posts I'm going to do next week, then at least that's a step forward. But do you have any, like, tips for how to deal with that, how you've dealt with it personally, or with any artists that you work with, how to kind of deal with that feeling of overwhelmed or everything coming at you at once?
Meditation. I don't want to, preach or whatever to those who maybe aren't for that or, aren't into that. But for me, it's been very much personal care, self-care, meditation, yoga, just going inward a little bit and working through some niggles, shall we say. And for me, that's been my saviour, actually. Particularly this past 2 years. I think I was trying to meditate for years, wasn't actually really meditating. And then I got COVID really badly a couple of years ago, right at the start, March 2020, and invested in one of the apps. And I've never looked back, genuinely. I think that's a really, really, I think everyone should be doing it. Just even for 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, whatever it is. It's really helped me because, the overwhelm can come. You can overthink everything. You can get in your own head over things. And I think that just allows you to get outside yourself for a little pocket of time and just maybe have some more perspective, some more objectivity on things.
I do, similar to, I've not got to meditation yet, but I started doing yoga, last July, every day, just it might have been the year before, just a lockdown thing, and every day now I'm right, I need to do 10 minutes in the morning. That's how I start before I look at anything. I'm doing that because it sets me for the day. So it's and then I started playing football as well again, for the first time in 15 years. And it was that thing of escape, away from the screen, away from just going out and having something where you can escape and have that place and that be around other people as well. I think I'm understanding myself as a social person. I was I get to do that and exercise and feel good about myself. So it's just finding those ways of self-care in it, I think. And
I try and make time for that first before I do anything else now. I'm just that kind of person that needs that. Not everyone's the same, obviously, but if I know that I've got to X time in the morning and I've ticked that box, for me, that's just set me up for the day. And it just allows you to a lot more freedom when it comes to your creative expression. I'm currently working on a DYCP Arts Council grant at the minute, and I really noticed the difference sitting down to work if I haven't done that first, if I haven't just had that sort of half hour, whatever.
Harry, Jamila?
I eat too many crisps and my hair is falling out, so probably not the best person to talk on managing the stress.
Maybe humour is how you manage the stress.
What's your go-to flavour?
Yeah. It's a really good question. Tell me. No, I don't know. But it's something to be mindful of because everything, all the stress and the pressure is ramped up to 11 because the industry is so hard, but also it's because it's art, right? We're all either making art or the three of us are working with people's art and working with people's, hopes and dreams, and it's a lot of pressure. It's very difficult to go back to an artist and say, we put your life's work out into the world, and I'm sorry.
And here's a pack of cheese and onions.
Yeah, exactly. Here's, I spent the fee on crisps. So I think it is worth remembering that everything in the industry is far higher. I think, and I think finding that time and finding that space. I think ideally, and I think probably to bring it into the opportunity side of stuff, it's probably about making sure that there are people around you so that if opportunity does knock, you're not alone in a room. And whether that is other musicians, whether that is a broader scene, whether that is management at any level, or just collaborators or friends or other artists, I think there is something to be said about being part of a scene or a community when that opportunity happens, or to kind of say my Steve Lamacq just played my post-punk band. Go and speak to the other 10 post-punk bands that Steve Lamacq has played and go, what did you do? And you might get a load of unhelpful answers, but that can also be useful to kind of say, okay, well, what do we do? And so I think I think that's a big part of it in terms of managing the stress, is to have other people who are also going through it around you, and also having other people who can advise when the opportunities come.
Yeah.
And I think all of us spend a lot of our time probably in our day jobs advising artists. either we have a working relationship with or a personal relationship with, in any of the different roles we all do. A lot of it is just talking to other artists and people in the industry about what should I do now.
I think like on the sort of touch on that, what again another artist recently had, they sort of accidentally did something that is disruptive to their career. So nothing devastating, nothing bad, but it would have helped if it didn't happen. So, and I was like, they messaged me and they were like, oh, we've done this, like, oh no, like we really missed an opportunity there, or we've made a bit of a mistake. And I know 7 or 8 years ago I'd have been like, oh, what have you done that for? Why have you done that? It's stupid, like learn. But now I've grown a bit and I'm maybe more settled or maturity or whatever it is, age, I'm like, it's fine, it's done. Like, we can't do anything to change it, so let's just work on the next thing. And so I think it's that bit of like, I don't know whether that's forgiveness or like that bit of allowing yourself that space and time to fuck up. Do you know what I mean? You're human and you will make mistakes, but learn from it and get better at things and know that you won't always get things perfectly. And even, yeah, if you do miss an opportunity, it's like, right, learn from that. Learn for the next time and be better at something. So, but yeah, just being a bit kinder to yourself as well, and not you feel that pressure as an artist, the weight is completely on you, and you're like, that was the one, that was my window, that was it, and it's gone, and I've knackered it. It's like, no, keep on going. If that one good thing's coming in, you're doing something right.
Yeah,
so,
there'll always be more, won't there?
Other things will come.
Don't put too much pressure on one opportunity, and if you miss it, you know, c'est la vie kind of thing, there'll be more where that came from. So.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. I think like that perspective is so necessary, because like you don't want to be self-destructing, and you're only your best self if you are looking after yourself. So if you're beating yourself up, you might just miss another opportunity, or you won't see an opportunity somewhere else. And a lot of this stuff can get so like insular and heavy and like, I need to do, but like actually just chill out and be nice to yourself for a minute, and then you'll probably be like, things are better anyway, or I'm in a more positive mindset and I'm able to see these opportunities.
Yeah, I definitely think one of the, we talk about planning, and often that that's always about looking towards the future, and I think sometimes getting caught up in the kind of the abstract, in 5 years I want to be here, in 10 years I want to be here, and actually something that I find can be quite useful, and just a small, something that can ground people that are feeling a little overwhelmed, is just to take a snapshot of a really small window of time that's already passed and look at the achievements. And they can be the smallest thing. They can be, if somebody's feeling so overwhelmed they can't make it to the studio, but then in 2 months' time they've been to the studio 5 times, that's something to celebrate, and that's something to say, look at where you were 2 months ago. You weren't able to get in the studio. Now you've been in there, you've made 3 songs. That's brilliant, that's fantastic. And I think being able to do that with yourself is sometimes tricky. So maybe whether it's a friend or it is a manager or somebody on your team that can just help kind of remind you of the progress that you have made without necessarily, being too daunted about all the expectation of the things that you want to come. I definitely think, sometimes looking in the past can be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think every one of us has used the phrase getting in your own head. And I think from my experience of my own, so I think the worst opportunity, the most stupid missed opportunity in my time as an artist was I put out some music and it started to do quite well. And then I started to get approached by some people. And I remember one specific one, someone emailed me and they said, I manage, 3 very huge artists, and who were like singer-songwriters as well, but they were like pop songwriters. And in a fit of sort of early 20s angst and ego, I just said, that's not for you. Don't worry about it. Because I was just like, I can't be a pop star. He's going to say, we'll go and write with all these people and go and write with all these people. And I just like shut it off. I was like, that doesn't make sense. I don't sound like that. And I would never have advised anyone I worked with to do that. But in a fit of like getting in my own head, right? And I was like, well, what am I going to do? They're going to make me do this. They're going to make me go on Sunday brunch. I can't go on Sunday brunch. ridiculous. You know, I spent half an hour just going.
Be the new face of crisps.
Well,
you can, if you really made it.
Well, I couldn't have been because I'd have had to stop eating crisps if I'd signed it.
It's conflicted.
Because you can't eat as many crisps as I do and be a pop star. And these are the things I was thinking in my head, and I just went, thanks so much. I just don't think it's right, and which was so stupid. It was so stupid of me. I could totally have just seen where that had gone, because who knows what might have happened, right? So I think getting in your own head is a thing, and like, how many artists get in a meeting room at a major label and freak out, right?
It's one of two ways.
Yeah.
It's the initial meeting is I've made it, or it's the freak out. So yeah, completely.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is the missed opportunities seem to come from getting in your own head. Or like I was saying at the beginning about following up, obsessing about what your next move is, because people like that last one, this next one's different. I need something that sounds like the last one, and panicking and panicking and panicking. I do think it's like, I don't know what it is, like not trusting your instincts, maybe?
Yeah. Well, it's like self-sabotage, imposter syndrome. It's
totally, yeah, for sure. I remember like being in a band practice, and then halfway through, we got our first single was played on Six Music, and then the tone of the band practice completely changed. It was so stupid, and all of us had been around for a long time, but the tone changed, right? Because it was like, what are we going to do now? We've been on 6 Music. We have to be serious. So I think it's stuff like that when those opportunities happen, they feel like the biggest thing in the world. You know, when your uncle's texting you, he's like, I heard you on the radio. It's like, wow. So then you freak out, right, and start second-guessing yourself. So I think it's, Sorry, I'm just identifying problems with no solutions.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put more of a positive slant on this now. So we've kind of, so like, you know, we've talked about like a lot of how you should plan and how that can affect you as an artist. But I think it might be good if we get a little bit more specific about, you know, why it is important. Like, it's so easy whenever you're making music to get caught up in doing it for you because you love the music, or if you're working in music, you're doing it because you love supporting people. But like realizing like, oh, you know, I want to grow this, or maybe, you know, identifying what it is you want to get out of your career. Like identifying it and then being like, right now, how am I going to do that? And using different opportunities like getting a slot at a festival, or being playlisted, or radio play, or whatever it is, like taking those opportunities and making the most of them. I was kind of wondering if we could like talk a little bit about how you identify those opportunities and what is an opportunity, because it could be anything. It could be meeting someone here today. It could be, I don't know, Clash premiere in your new music video. But like, how do you identify these things and do something with them? Like, what do we mean whenever we say take the opportunity? Dead silence. I'm gonna just, Jamila, what would you do with your artists?
I think there's definitely an element of kind of going back to somebody's boundaries initially and kind of working out, as you know, you mentioned about the Sunday brunch thing, you know, maybe that that particular time wasn't kind of within the boundaries of how you saw yourself as an artist. And I think it's working out, well, what are those things that are within that boundary for you as an artist? And then really identifying, okay, how does that particular opportunity convey what I want to convey with whatever it is I'm doing, whether it's a gig, whether it's a piece of music, you know, whether it's a TV performance, a brand opportunity. And then working out, does that align with what I'm trying to say? And if so, how do I get my hands on it, right? So I think, obviously, the industry is definitely propelled by relationships and by people kind of knowing one another. And I think going, you know, the first stage, the first instance really is to identify the people behind those opportunities and then look at, have they supported artists that might be in a similar realm, other artists on your same label, other artists on the same PR team, other artists within the same management company, and just working out what is the route to those people, and then how do you put yourself in front of those people for that particular opportunity. And then once the, said opportunity arises, what else is happening? What else is going on? Are there other things that you as an artist, you as a band are kind of working on? What else is there to talk about, really? So it is kind of having a bit of a little blurb of stuff that's going on. Like, we're in the studio, we're working with this producer, we've just sold out this show, we're applying for this grant, I think it's just making sure that you've always got a little bit of, that little paragraph that you can send out on yourself to really make the most of the opportunity so that someone can look at that and go, oh, there's other stuff happening. I need to get on board. I need to give this artist that opportunity.
Yeah, and I guess you get to define what an opportunity is yourself, I suppose. So I think it's like, if you're looking at festivals, like, you have to choose, if you're making kind of, sort of like indie Americana music, it's kind of in that sort of world of like Big Thief or something, then maybe a really tiny slot at the end of the road is more useful to you than a main stage slot at, say, Kendall Calling or something. So, it's like you identify what an opportunity is. It's not necessarily volume of people reached, right? It's who they are, and if you're a pianist and a composer, then there are Spotify playlists that will be more useful to you than New Music Friday. So maybe New Music Friday isn't the goal, and I think there's like a temptation to just see, volume of audience as usefulness of opportunity, and I think there's probably like a long game that doesn't necessarily play into, to reach a ton of people who aren't interested or who aren't the people you want to reach is something. So I think like define yourself what an opportunity is, and that can be small, and then that will help you out, right? If you're achieving all these opportunities and they're quite achievable, that's great. It spurs you on for the big stuff. But I think that's it. It's like which record label is secretly Canadian the dream, or is Mute the dream? Like there's just figuring out what they are and deciding what they are.
I think the trickiest thing one of the hardest things I've found is the part of taking an opportunity is knowing when not to take the opportunity, the art of saying no in a way. I think there's a temptation, particularly when you're starting out, to just take every opportunity that comes your way. Sometimes that could be, maybe not the best decision. You have to trust your gut, you have to trust your agent or your manager, the person on the ground, to be the person that can help you, guide you with which opportunity is the best one to take and which one isn't. But I can definitely speak from experience that there have been opportunities, maybe it's a gig that I've played in a territory in the States, that's later, if you're in it for the long ball game, if you're in it for longevity, that might have cost you an opportunity down the line because it wasn't the best place to play. So you've kind of gone into a new territory as a new artist and you've played the wrong show, the wrong venue or whatever. So I think a big part of taking opportunities is not taking them as well, if that makes sense.
I think for me, just sitting down, whether it's as a solo artist and just doing it with a padded, like a pen in front of you, or as a band, sitting down and like, right, what are we doing? What do we want to get out of this? Because I think you start a project sometimes, when you start as a band and you'd be rehearsing in the room, and you go and play some shows and you do the sort of natural next steps, but there's a lot of that time, if an opportunity arises and it's a big one or it's something that's could lead you on, and then everybody speaks about it, it's like, oh, this is good. It's like, I was only doing this for a bit of fun. I'm not really bothered about it being a full-time thing, So even then, it's like I think establishing those things early on and saying, right, are we all in this? Is this a bit of fun for us and it's an out-of-hours thing? We just go and play shows and we drink a few beers and it's sound, or is it we can do that and have fun, but what are our goals? Is it a festival? Is it a Spotify thing? What is it? And actually, sort of deciding what those things are, having a few, and then for me, it's breaking it down. When you've got that end goal, it's like, right, so how do we get there then? I think to the point you made earlier about look at the other artists that have achieved that thing. It's like, right, if they've done that in the last 6 months or last 12 months, who's their team? Because they're working now in this current industry and know what they're doing. So then they're the people potentially that you could be working with. Or if it's getting on a festival, it's like, well, who are the bookers, who are the promoters? We can't just wait for the competition to open to enter, because everybody does that. So let's try and play in that town. Let's try and play with that promoter if they're likely to put on other stuff in that city or town. And yeah, I try and just break everything down to be like a bit of detective work. Do you know what I mean? Find out who the people are that are working on it. What can I do step by step to aim to get to that thing? If it hasn't happened this year, we're aiming for it next year. Even like, again, long-term planning and looking at those goals. There's a lot of festivals as well. Like the Great Escape is happening in May. 90% of that bill will have been sorted late last year. Like a huge amount of it. They'll leave a little bit of window open for like new artists coming out so they can show that they're on trend and know what they're doing. But I think again, yeah, I just try to drill that thing of like having a bit of a plan and an idea and a momentum of what you're doing and when you're applying things and what you do, where you're going.
Yeah, I guess we're talking about creating opportunity, I suppose, a little bit as well. Like, you know, I kind of remind everyone at work a lot that we kind of, again, it is such like a personal industry. It does exist on personal relationships. Like, you know, we really try and, so there's a festival we work with where we were like really, really engaged in the process of like organizing this festival, you know, and like advancing and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, it's just remembering that you're communicating with a manager who might be frustrating or something because you're talking about this festival or you're arguing about billing or something. But again, it's like treating that as an opportunity though to leave that, to end that interaction with that manager who also on their roster has an artist that I would love for us to work with at our company, to leave that interaction with that manager thinking, well, that company we work with for that festival, they were really sound, and I think they do some PR actually, or I think they might do some social, like the amount of work we get sent, and I think this does track. I know this is more industry than artists, but I think it tracks. The work, a lot of the work we get referred for is like, we worked with them and they did a good job and they were nice. And it's like working, and it's just remembering that, like, you'll get more supports if you're a decent support act. Like one of the artists we worked with supported a huge band last year, and the agent was there, and they were deciding whether they got the whole tour, which was a massive tour. So as their team, we were all around being like, you need to be the nicest support act in the world. You need to be quick, and you need to play for as long as you're supposed to play for. You need to be nice, and you need to get out of the way. Like, this is a big operation. And then after that, the next day, they got the offer for the whole tour. So, like, that was an opportunity, an obvious one. But the opportunity was, you know, it's the same if a local promoter has you on the list. It's like, oh, they supported, and they brought some people, and they were sound, and they were nice, and they were helpful to work with. That is in itself an opportunity. You're creating an opportunity, right, out of just being nice and professional and good. So I think that's something that as like a company, I try and like consider with every interaction we have professionally of like what happens when I run into this person in 5 years' time, kind of thing.
I also think we've kind of talked a little bit about, I guess, opportunities that other people can give to the artist, when actually, there's lots of people that make music that also are very creative on the other side of things. So whether you're directing your own videos, you're making your own merch, you're, kind of creative outside of just being in the studio. And I definitely think as artists, there are more and more, whether it's a brand, whether it's a visual artist, whether it's someone making the dreaded NFT word, there's opportunities for you to kind of come up with these ideas through your campaigns and kind of create your own opportunities around the things that you really want to do, kind of just outside of the kind of music creativity element. So, if you're making a merch line and you've got a really specific idea, we touched on it a little bit earlier about, who is in your network already, photographers, your friends that might be making artwork. The level above that is, are there any brands, are there any merch companies, are there any photography studios that you'd really like to work with? And kind of creating those opportunities by bringing them, here's my fully fledged idea. This is my campaign for my single, my EP, my album. You know, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. I'd really like to work with you and collaborate with you on this idea that I've got. Is this something that we can discuss? So I think there's a couple of things that you can do like that, that, you know, is more you bringing the opportunity to somebody else, but it's equally an opportunity for yourself.
I think there's a lot in that, like, opportunistic mindset, and that can sometimes be like slated as like a negative thing, like, oh, they were grabbing, but no, it's proactive. You know what you want, and I think it ties in as well to what we were saying about like authenticity. And if you know who you are, then you know what success for you looks like, and then you're able to find it, or you're able to make it for yourself because you know what it is that you want. And like, a lot of like this panel is about like, how did that build your audience? We haven't really talked about that, but I think if you're doing all of these things and you're being you and you're putting that out in the world, then your audience will grow because people will connect with that if you're able to like project that. That was more of a statement than a question. There's not really.
But no, I think in terms of like using opportunities, but I expect they've come up a fair amount today as an example. But I think they're a good example because they're a Leeds band and they're currently doing well. But I think if you look at the last sort of like 18 months, 2 years for Yard Act, I can't think of a much better example of a broadly independent band capitalizing on opportunities to build an audience. I feel like at every single step, they've made more or less the right decision in terms of, you know, initial press interest that surprised everybody, including the band, to then jump on that, and then kind of, so then they seem to, you know, speculatively, immediately then try and work, because the critical acclaim was sort of wrapped up from day one, so they seem to work very hard on the grassroots stuff and putting the car boot sales in the car park of the Brudenell and all that kind of stuff. So they just seem to react to everything. So it's like, if it's something you're looking at, I would recommend just trying to scan through the timeline of what happened with that band, from launching in like the first 2-3 weeks of lockdown to, you know, playing the headline in the Academy this November in about 2.5 years. That'll be. I think that's like, they're an incredible example of capitalizing on opportunities that I don't think anyone saw coming. I don't think anyone thought that would go the way it did, and then the next thing, I don't think that would go the way it did. And we put this vinyl out, we sold 2,000 copies in a day. Okay, so then they started to mess around with leaning into that and doing, you know, exclusive records and exclusive things like that. So working with the record shop. So yeah, I think they're a good example of building their audience via those opportunities and seeing what their success is managing, and then letting them use their attention on somewhere else where it's maybe lacking because of that success over there. If you're really good at streaming and your press is bad, then maybe you can, you know, focus a bit more over here for a while or something. So I think they're a good example.
I think timing is obviously on their side. You know, if it's all done at the right kind of time and you're exposed and into the limelight at the right time, when you have got all of these things in check, I think it's going to help you, isn't it? And anyone that can sort of make success out of, it's happened, hasn't it? There's been people who've made success out of and turned the pandemic into a real positive. So, you know, fair play to them.
Take an opportunity where they saw one while we were all watching Emily in Paris. So I just wanted to open this out if anyone had kind of any questions they wanted to ask our panelists directly. We have a little floating microphone. If anyone has any questions, you just like raise a hand. We've got a raised hand right there.
I thought, does the microphone not actually float of its own accord?
Well, you have to use your imagination, Scott.
I'm definitely holding this with my hand. Something that was discussed quite early on was, I took of it from the key is momentum, keeping momentum with your releases and with your artists. And when I run a label and play an artist that's assigned to that label, something I find really hard is keeping that momentum. You know, when there's nothing going on, when the band is in a lull or you haven't got any music to release, and I feel quite a lot of personal pressure to keep that momentum going and to keep things flowing. But when you've got nothing to talk about, or you're working on something in the background that isn't ready to release, how do you keep that momentum going? I think this is probably quite a hard question to answer, but how do you keep that going, and how do you keep people interested in what you're doing, even though you are not doing anything at that moment in time?
I think you have to kind of look at, I always say to artists, what you as a fan, what stuff do you want to see, right? Like, what are you interested in? Are you interested in seeing clips of rehearsals? Are you interested in, maybe they want to hear the rough demos, they might want to hear snippets, they might want to see in the studio, they might want to know who you're working with, they might want to know that you've not got anything to talk about, but it's, I think, making that relationship between the artist and the fan as rewarding as possible, because that's going to be the thing that gets them to come back, rather than, you know, a fan might not be that bothered that you've just had a brilliant review in The Guardian, but they want to have that reward and that direct interaction between the artist and themselves to know that, okay, maybe there's that bit of expectation. There is going to be a 2-month wait before we hear new music, but we're getting rewarded by seeing the insight of that process, or we're seeing, maybe they've got writer's block. You're just letting the fan in on that process and in on that journey. And I think that, for me, is the kind of most natural way to kind of keep that momentum and keep that relationship, existing, whilst you might not, you might be waiting for the next project to drop. And then you don't have to kind of shoehorn random things in to a campaign that maybe has come to an end.
I think I personally fell into this trap a little bit as well, and I think I was just so busy all the time that I wasn't able to invest the time in creating as much as I needed to then sort of forge the next release and have that momentum keep up. But if you are just in a fortunate position where you can just keep creating, then in theory you keep releasing, and that in itself keeps the momentum going as well. Obviously, things get in the way, life gets in the way. You have to put your time into the planning and the whatever else that gets in the way of the creation. However, create, I think, is what certainly something I've learned. The more you create, the more momentum you'll have.
Yeah, I think from the label side as well, it's probably a bit of campaign planning as well, and understanding the artists you have as well. Do you have someone who writes incredible music but writes it incredibly slowly, and factoring all of that in. So if you're launching something new, it's making sure you don't get caught out planning for stuff to go well, really, and so if you've got like a 5-track EP, it's not on day one saying here's the EP. It's just planning a rollout, planning, well, how much do you have, and then you get to a point where if you get to a certain kind of level of profile, you can kind of go away a little bit if you feel kind of confident in that, and you'll know your audience. If your audience wants to watch you building the music on TikTok, then do that. But if they don't care, you'll also know that as well. And it's like, I think it's just like, it's just having a bit of a bank of stuff and a plan for a period of time, and then figuring out who your audience is while you're busy, to then realize what you need to do while you're away.
Yeah, I think on the back of that, I always see it like there's two parts to the artistry. It's like there's the public facing side of it where you've got a release, but likely that release was recorded 6 months ago in most cases. So you've been planning it for a while, but you need to act as if it's fresh and you're still excited about it. You will be naturally less excited about it. Usually artists do sort of fall out with it, and the last thing they wrote is the best thing they've ever written, always the case. But it's like, on the background of that, while that release, this EP or this album is coming out, the band might be in the studio, or so that like it's already, try to keep them, so that's the back end of it, do you know what I mean? So there's like, you've got that public perception, and then this back end bit is coming in, so then in 6 months' time that's there, and you've always got that thing going over. I think to a point that Harry made there as well, don't be afraid to switch off a bit, and that's probably not a very wise, like a lot of the industry will be like, no, you need to be on all the time, present momentum, and it's like, do you need to? Like, you think about your art, again, I mentioned this earlier, you think about your artistry and you're like, you feel that pressure, like, I need to be on. It's like, why? Like, are people paying attention to it? You just pouring yourself into it and posting the same things over and over and over. Do people really care? Are you switching people off? Are people going on to social and being like, God, they're really ringing this out? I was like, why do I care about that? have that bit of time back from it if that's what is needed. Yeah, and when you come back and there's a release campaign or there's a tour, that is planned and it's ready and it's thorough, and you've got to build your momentum from that point. But social media can be it's an awful place. I don't think there's a lot of use in it. Obviously, it's a great way to communicate with an audience, but it's grim as well. So look after yourself and work out what is right for you and how to approach it right, and take those breaks if you need them. People will understand that.
Okay, I think we've probably got time for 2 quick questions. Just 2, I'm afraid. So if we, get one from there and then maybe one from there.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention about, or coming back to the topic of using opportunities to build your audience. First of all, before you start using those opportunities, you've got to build an audience. We've got internal audience and external audience. And sometimes that comes down to networking. You people haven't spoken much about networking, but when you talk about internal audience, that's the people around you. Like some of you might be part of a band. That's your internal audience that you work with. You might be managing a band. Probably that's the internal audience you work with. Then you've got external audience, which are like your fans. So before those opportunities start coming, you've got to build your audience. And for both of you, wherever you are now with your career, you actually had to come across 1 or 2 people which you had to consider as an internal audience before you even started building any external audience. So what are some of the people you might have come across in order to build those internal audience before you start stepping out to take those opportunities to build up your external audience?
I think it's a really interesting question, and actually, I don't know if it's as applicable as it once was. I think because of the way that music is predominantly released now, usually it's through a digital format. So it's likely that some of the first people that are coming across your music might not only be that small group of people that you already know, and their friends, and maybe their friends beyond them. So I don't know that there's as long as you get your 5 friends to tell 5 friends to tell 5 friends, element to what I do, as much as there used to be. I think it's really working out kind of those bits that we talked about at the beginning of like, what are those really early doors opportunities that are going to get those 5 friends to talk about you. We obviously touched on social media, but you're probably friends with all your friends on social media. So they're gonna see your initial kind of music posts and releases through that. And I definitely feel like, being able to foster that genuine small community is going to include at first people that aren't, your neighbours or your friends of friends. So it's working out, how do you talk to those people? How do you communicate with those people? And then how do you build a genuine community out of those people first and foremost? Whether it's through, regular, tour diaries or covers or whatever it is that you're doing, is how do you have that, how do you build and foster that community that then gets you those other opportunities? So you can say, I've got 10,000 people here, or I've got 5,000 people here. That for me is just working out, what is that communication style initially? Do you have one? You should have one.
So probably the best way to answer the question would actually be like maybe giving an example of some people you actually came across, which was like, and then you actually, because sometimes going on, you actually like, you've got barriers as a music artist, not being that popular person when your music get heard often, and you're like, I've just got this barrier, and probably you just come across an intervention, which is like a solution, choosing the right ones. So just give an example of times where you might have come across that.
Most of the artists I've worked with, So I worked at Polydor Records and I signed Years and Years, and they'd only released 2 singles before we signed them. So I had a, it was a very small fan base, but through at that stage, they were making their own videos, very much in the studio themselves, but through learning that communication style online and being really creative with the things outside of music and fostering that community, particularly on YouTube, we were able to really build that and accelerate that campaign super quickly. So I think there's definitely lots of ways to, everyone's got to start somewhere.
I guess as well, those kind of initial things, when you kind of, I suppose what he's saying is like, if there's a label that you're trying to get in touch with or someone, and it's like getting your music to someone who they trust, right? Is that the kind of thing, like finding those kind of first steps? So for like someone, I think I'd shout up Launchpad, there you go. So, you've got an organization here that's local that exists to champion music, and if you're those like early conversations to like open those doors, there are people kind of working in the city to do that, and it's just a kind of, and I think in that kind of case of networking in that respect, that feels like an early thing. Or if you kind of say, look, I have this idea, I have this project, and we're 2 singles in, or we're no singles in, and I think this is the right thing. I do think there's just an element of like getting to know as many people as possible, coming to stuff like this, engaging with like Launchpad or Come Play With Me or someone, because it's just a kind of case where, the right person putting a word in is, can sometimes completely alter the trajectory of a project. And I think if that's that internal audience you're talking about, if that is like someone, I know this person, you might not be able to get hold of the A&R at this label, but you might be able to get hold of someone who's in a band that's signed to that label, and you might be able to say, look, how did you get hold of them? And it's all, it all feels a bit opaque, doesn't it, from the outside? And I think if you just find a way, in any way, of just finding out about something, and I think there's a way of engaging people locally who can get people to listen to something.
I think there's like the method of doing that as well. Like, don't sort of not being selfish about it as well. Not being that person works at the label I want to be on. I want to go on. I'm going to tell them about my project, and you're going to sign me. It's like find an interest in them, find out about the label, so it becomes then a relationship or a friendship or something more. And then you're just in these groups and you're sort of around with people, and then there's something to be said if you're just seen a lot. Or it's like, oh yeah, they graft or they work hard or they. People will then listen to your music and do that. But I think if you're just going in with the sell, it's like, I've got this thing and I want this from you, that doesn't work for me. Do you know what I mean? I think you can be a bit gentler about that sometimes. Sometimes that kind of approach can work, but for me, it doesn't usually. And it depends on the, I suppose, relationship. On a label, it wouldn't. On a PR, maybe, if it's the right thing and they understand what you're doing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I feel like PR is getting less transactional. Like, we're not doing anything that's just a one and out project. We're working with artists on long-term basis, like as much as possible, to build something, long-term. We have a band played London last night, and there's some quite big reviews of that to come, and some of those journalists we've been talking to for like 2 years, just waiting for the right time. So I think as PR gets more difficult, we are increasingly doing less things that are like, can we just do this album? We are more working with like an artist on their career and their team and moving that, and that's how I prefer us to work. But no, I think but also there are things where people get in hold of you and they're like, I've got this thing and people are going to want to know about it, and I just need you to manage that, and then we can also do that. It's like we met with someone at Polydor last year, and they said there's 2 types of PRs. There's PRs that just kick doors down for people, and there's PRs that manage the huge amount of people that want to work with someone. And that's kind of, that's the case, I guess. I guess we're more the first at the moment.
Cool. I think on the subject of talking to people and building relationships, we should break for lunch. Ta-da! Segue, yeah. Thank you all so much. Jamila, Laura, Scott, Aaron. I reckon that some of you are probably still going to have questions, so I'm going to volunteer these guys' free time over lunch to collar them and to ask them your questions. There is lunch. Anyone who has one of these, you just get, well, anyone, you can just grab some lunch in the cafe bar on this level or downstairs, and we're back in this room at 2:30 for our keynote with Yolanda Brown. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I hope we're all feeling nicely replenished after our little school lunches. Next up, we have our keynote speaker for today's event, and we're very excited to welcome Yolanda Brown. I'm going to give you a little introduction to her just to really hype up the energy, and then she's going to take over. So I'm going to have to read for this bit, so apologies for looking downwards. For some, worldwide touring and critically acclaimed albums would be satisfaction enough. Not for Yolanda Brown, who has garnered praise for her delicious fusion of reggae, jazz and soul. Yolanda has worked with The Temptations, Diana Krall, Billy Ocean, and features in Jules Holland's new album. She is currently composing music for the iconic Sesame Street and an animated series called Biz Block, due for release in 2023. A champion for the importance of music education, Yolanda is a chair of youth music and an ambassador for the Prince's Trust and London Music Fund. She graduated with a first-class degree in operations management from the University of Kent, followed by 2 master's degrees and studied a PhD for 4 years before taking a hiatus from her thesis to pursue her music career. Brown was awarded an honorary Doctor of Arts by the University of East London. In 2018, along with the philanthropist James J.P. Drake, she launched the Drake Yolanda Award, offering grants for emerging musicians. She an entrepreneur too. Yolanda launched the London Saxophone Festival in 2018, currently in its 3rd edition. She's a broadcaster working across TV and radio, including her eponymous series for CBeebies, Yolanda's Band Jam, which recently won the Royal Television Society Awards as Best Children's Programme. I think I'm hyping her up so much here. I'm actually blushing. On BBC Radio 4, she co-presents Loose Ends with Clive Anderson and covers for Trevor Nelson and Vanessa Feltz on BBC Radio 2 and presents Yolanda Brown on Saturday on Jazz FM. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, Yolanda Brown.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Okay, yes, we're on. Thank you. That was very kind of you. And it does help a little bit, actually, because whenever I'm asked to deliver a keynote, sometimes it's about the journey and speaking about the journey. But I really want you to leave with something today, not just learning about what I do and where I've been. And so I thought, what could I leave you with? And usually, how many in the room are musicians? I want to get to know who I'm speaking to. Musicians in the room, great. And people that work in the music industry, that might be all of you again, but yes. And working in education, maybe? Lovely. And have I missed any other sectors out? Do you want to shout out to me just so I know? Music lover. Who's a music lover in the room? That should be everyone as well. Great. Okay. So we know who we're speaking to. That's great. So almost like a great melody. You'll know this. Sometimes you might just be out driving or cooking or doing something and a melody pops in your head and then it's stuck in there for a while. It could be something really abstract. It could be something brand new. It might be a song that you haven't heard since childhood and then you go and dig it up and then start listening to it again. Melodies are amazing like that. And I find sometimes phrases for me, and I mean lyrical phrases, words, creep into my head every so often. And when I think about a music career or a career in music or in the industry, those phrases keep on coming up. So I have 5 that that I'd like you to walk away with. If you take just one or half of one or two, that's really great. There are some sub-phrases as well that through family, maybe my grandma, my mum, those phrases come into my mind as well. So anything that kind of sparks your interest, inspires you in any way, please do. If you want to write it down, voice note it, whatever it is. I hope that you're able to leave with that and it helps you and spurs you along. I might like some interaction as well, just to make sure I'm getting the message across. So when I do say the phrase, if you would join me by repeating it after me, it doesn't have to be in harmony or follow any particular tone, but nice and loud would be really right. Is that okay? Brilliant, good. And are you all enjoying your day so far? Brilliant, I've heard really good things, so I'm glad. Okay, so the first one is, an apple is a fruit, but so is a mango. Don't worry, stay with me. So here we go. An apple is a fruit, but so is a mango. Okay, so speaking from the perspective of an artist and a music creator who you're making music, but you want to get it to an audience ultimately. Otherwise, we wouldn't be right here together. We would be making music in our room for ourselves, and that would be fine. And that is fine for some. But there are some that want to communicate with an audience, get out there, play to packed rooms. And we're thinking, how do we do that? Especially when it's so noisy out there now. I mean, everybody can be an artist. Everybody can sell something to a market from the palm of their hands on their phones. I just think it's amazing. Speaking to young students now, and I said, yeah, when I did my first concerts, we printed flyers, and I was outside of all of the music venues that were similar to the kind of music I wanted to play, and I would be there with my hoodie on because I didn't want to be recognized from the flyer. And say, oh, you should come to this concert. You should. Well, they don't do that anymore, do they? You just have to put something on Instagram, or put something out on Instagram Live, or on YouTube, and people are there. They'll flock to it. So I just think it's really amazing how things have changed. But back to the slogan, an apple is a fruit, but so is a mango. What is your unique selling point? What makes what you do special? And it's not always easy to know that because we're humble. We're not always very good at thinking of ourselves as a brand. But I think it's important to do so. If you're working as an artist, or if you're working in an organization that you want to start an initiative that's going to help people, or if you're starting, a series of concerts, and you really want people to come and enjoy it, you believe it, but what's going to make somebody else come to that place? So what is the unique selling point? A little story. I remember, learning the saxophone from the age of 13 at school. I'd played the piano, the violin, the drums from a younger age. And I loved making music. And that traditional way of making music where you do your grades and your scales and the next grade and your scales. I loved all of that. But then when I found the saxophone and had it for a Christmas without any lessons and just learnt where all the notes were and was able to play along with my dad's record collection. And we're talking Motown, soul, reggae, jazz, classical, bebop, everything was there. And I could just play along with it. And I thought that was amazing. And it was a whole new way of experiencing music. So then coming back into learning music traditionally and wanting to perform it, I didn't know where I sat because there were musicians that were grade 8. There were musicians that you could put a piece of music in front of them and they could just play it straight away, and that wasn't me. I never felt like I was the best at what I did, but I did love it. And I do think that there is something in that. It's not always about being the best at what you do. It's about what can you give to the person you're sharing your gift with. What will they leave with? Will they leave with joy? Will they be left with inspiration or motivation to go and do something? That is the essence. It's not about how many notes a minute and what style of music and can you put it in a box. It's not like that, but we're told that it is. So even later on, you've heard my story already from that lovely introduction, leaving university and deciding to pursue music full-time and put my PhD on the back burner, which I'll come back to that later on. And I realized that it wasn't necessarily about the style of music that I make, even though the critics would come to the concerts and say, it's not jazz enough, it's not reggae enough, and it's not the kind of soul that we're used to. Even though all of that was coming at me a mile a minute, I could still see the audience members. and the smiles that they were taking, and meeting audience members after the show and them saying, oh, you know, when I listen to this song, it makes me feel this way. Or, oh, I loved it when you said that on stage and it really, really touched me and it's helped me. And actually, 3 years on, I've gone on to do this. That's what I latched onto. And I found that that was the unique selling point. It was the communication with the audience. And that has revolutionized the way that I see a career in music. For me, it's about the impact, but it might be about something else for others. So I think it's really important to understand what is unique. What do you want your music, your product, your brand, your initiative to do? Does that make sense? Brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next one. And it stems from a song that I have on my album. It's called Dream, Dream, Repeat. And I love to speak about this song before I play it on stage, just to leave an audience understanding that we should all have a dream, okay? Dreaming isn't for the youngsters at school. What do you want to be when you grow up? It's not that. A dream is something that you can then work towards. And I call it Dream, Dream, Repeat, because you have a dream, you think, I want to, whatever it is. In fact, if you've got a notepad or if you've got a phone, just note down what your dream is. It might seem strange to do, it might be hard to do, or it might be very easy, but just jot down what your dream is. Because after you've written it down, then sometimes doubt can creep in. Sometimes if you share that dream with somebody, they might say, what, you? Are you sure? Do you think you can do it? You don't have the qualifications for that. But actually, if it's your dream, it started from your core, none of that should matter. But sometimes it does impact us. Oh, I'm not good enough. Maybe I should whittle it down a bit. Maybe I should change it. Or maybe in 5 years' time, you know? Set that dream and then keep it there. When it starts to waver, when things start to look a little bit like, oh no, there's been too much disappointment with this, I won't be able to do it, that's when you dream again. And then, you know, someone says, oh, you really, you know, maybe it's as an artist putting on that first concert and you know what it's like, trying to get friends and family out, getting as many people as you can into the venue. And maybe it didn't go as you thought it would, or you didn't make as much money as you thought it would, or the music didn't touch people the way you thought it would. Then you might think, oh, maybe I should change the dream. If that was what your aim was, stick to it, dream again, try harder, repeat. And so the dream never ends. You keep on believing, keep on pushing, no matter what happens. And I think that is really, really important. Also, if you do reach it, set another one. You know, it's not that you've reached it and that's it. Oh, I've done what I thought I would do. It's not quite what I thought it was, but I've done it. What's the next dream? And I think once you have that, you can keep on pushing towards it. And I've found that in my career, the dream was to, or is to, it still is, to entertain and to bring joy. That is my dream. And it's quite broad, and there's nothing wrong with a broad dream. And not everybody will get it. So I remember in the very early days, finally getting to be in front of a label head, in front of an A&R, and trying to explain what my music is and what I'm trying to do. And I've played to audiences around the world. I've seen audiences, and they said to me, who's your target market? I said, well, when I look out into the audience, it's everybody. There's the 6-7-year-old that's just picked up a saxophone and their parents have brought them along to the concert for some, you know, motivation and to see somebody performing. It could be somebody on a date night or some you know, young people on a date night, first date, whatever. People have proposed at my concerts. Then you've got the jazz connoisseur that goes to all of the jazz clubs, but is there with his partner or her partner that night. And, you know, it's something that they can both enjoy. And they're there together. And so that is everybody. And I said it every single time for years and years and years, and you just saw the blinkers go down. No, that does not work. You know, we need a target market, a set genre, a style, and we need it to be something that we can sell, you know? And so then I've always been an independent artist because I believed that it's possible. And now I have a show for CBeebies. I do TV, presenting on TV, and I have a radio show on Jazz FM, and I play different venues all the way. And I love that because that was my dream. That's what I love to see. I love to see a young audience being affected. I love to see, people on a date night feeling romantic and grown up, and this is their time away. And I love to see that jazz connoisseur that's heard everybody under the sun, but now is finding something new. And I wasn't quite sure about it, but I like it now. I think I might have a dance. I love all of that. And so for me, that is my fulfillment, and that's what I wanted to do. So you just got to keep on dreaming. It's not easy. Right? None of this, what I'm saying, I'm just going to preface it to say, if we love something, you'll work hard for it, right? So nothing that we dream or we want is going to be easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a dream. We'd just have it right now. So let me preface everything with that. But it is worth it. It's worth that reward when you see your dreams coming true. So I didn't get you to repeat that one. Dream, dream, repeat. Dream, dream, repeat. Lovely. Thank you very much. I've got a little bit of a task that I'd like to add to this one. I did ask you to write down what your dream is, and that's for you. If you want to share it with people, you can. But that is just for you to return to every now and then. If you can't answer it, that's also fine, because sometimes when we're asked to answer a question, we'll either try to answer it in something that's palatable for somebody else or palatable for what we think we can achieve. But sometimes it might just be writing something as general as, I want to give joy and enjoyment. Or it could be, I want to create a new style of music, a new genre. I want to help this sector of people. It could be whatever it is, but it's nice to have it down somewhere. So what is your dream? And then my next question to you is, do you have it already, actually? Because sometimes, we've had this dream since we were teenagers. Even in school, we've had this dream for years. And we keep thinking, oh, no, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. But then when you actually sit down and count your chickens, you realize, oh, actually, I've surpassed that. And what we're doing is just building on an old dream. Well, no, it's time to refresh. Refresh it, build it again, and make it something you can push towards. So that's my second question. Have you done it already? And then, of course, the next question, even if you're not there already, how can you extend it? So this is even when we're talking about making music. Is it something are you trying to make something brand new that someone's never heard before? How do you get them to understand that? Because, we are creatures of habit after all. So it's like, oh, what does it sound like? Every time I release an album, it's like, oh, who else does it sound like? So why do I have to put somebody else's name to my music? It should just be a Yolanda Brown record. I don't understand why I'd have to then say, oh, but it sounds a little bit like whatever. It shouldn't have to be. So how do you create it, make it your own, and how can you extend that dream? When we're talking about sort of being as bold as that and being outside of what the norm is, especially when we're talking about making music, touring music, or making an initiative where you want to involve others, how do you find that audience? And I think that's one thing that we should always keep thinking. If we're making a product to sell, to share, to bless others, how do we find them? And now that the world has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, go to them, is what I would say. We have amazing analytics on social media now that you can see where people are latching onto your content. When you go to a concert, really get to know that audience is there. Even if it's a festival, you can tell the people that have enjoyed what you're doing. Reach out to them, find them, hold them close. I think that's really important to find your audience and make sure that you're directing your work towards them. Incidentally, I would like to say to you, if you have any questions for me, please do ask them. Sometimes we think, oh, I'd love to ask that, but I'm not quite sure. Chances are somebody else is thinking the same thing. So jot it down and I will take some questions at the end. At least 5 would be wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. So my third point to you, cooking on all burners. I'll do that one. Cooking on all burners. Now, I don't know if you've heard that phrase, jack of all trades. What comes after that? Yeah, no, it's not nice, is it? Oh, nice. Because I've realized now that we need to, as creatives, we need to do more than one thing. And I'm sure that you've experienced that, especially with the last 2 years that we've had, we need to be doing more than one thing to survive even. I remember, again, in those wonderful exec meetings that I had with the labels that were asking me to really condense myself into a box. They were also saying, you know, you're doing this presenting, and then you're also sort of doing workshops and doing educational stuff. I mean, really, if you just focused on the music, just really put everything into that, I think, you know, we'll be onto something. Again, the center of my dream was that I want to give joy and enjoyment and education. And so I couldn't let those things go. And I tell you what, finally, after 15, 20 years of having those meetings, when lockdown hit, I was so glad that I stuck to my dream. Because if I only toured and I only made music and performed music and released records, it would have been, I can't even tell you, it would have been disastrous. But thankfully, there were the other strands of what I was doing that really could come up to the fore. I could focus on them a little bit more. Music didn't die. I just turned down the burner on it. I just turned down the cooker, just a different heat. And then I went back into the TV presenting, into broadcast, and I was able to, I'm a mum of two. I've got a 2-year-old and an 8-year-old. I've got a husband, I've got a house. I've got to keep floating. And so it was really, really important that those different strands were there. And I think even now, in the world that we live in, we do need to be doing multiple things. And I'm not talking about spreading yourself so thin that you can't do it. They should be interlinked. The link is you. So when you find out what your dream is, and if you've got that general dream and that essence, whatever you do within that, as long as it's true to you, it shouldn't be a strain, right? So you know what my dream is. And so when I look at mind mapping is something that I love. So we mind map a lot. And I have sort of my name in the middle. That's me, the artist. And what are the different things that I wanted to do? And I did this when I was creating what I wanted to do 15 years ago, when there was no way of achieving any of them. I can tell you honestly, on that board, there was, of course, touring musician, making music. But there was also TV presenter, author, animations, what else there? Oh, of course, philanthropy, charity, foundations. All of those strands were things that I'd love to have been able to do. I had no idea how they were going to happen, but they were all things that I was open to doing. And thankfully, as the career progresses, you meet people, you take opportunities, those things begin to flourish. And so in the middle is still me, you know. And I get asked all the time, Yolanda, you're doing so many things. Aren't you exhausted? Well, actually, no, because it's still just me. The essence is music, and the essence is entertainment. So when I'm working with young people, the music is the base. We do workshops on improvisation or introductions to music. When I'm presenting, I'm still communicating with an audience. It might be music-based, it might not be. But that element of being there with an audience, it all interlinks. And I think it's really nice when we're thinking about cooking on all burners. Imagine a nice cooker, maybe 6 hobs. What are the different things? There's music creation, but also what else can you do to make sure that your dream stays alive? Let's be real. Let's talk about financially, right? Because we've got to live. We've got to stay alive. But also in terms of what else will support that. I don't think I would have got a children's TV show if I hadn't have been a musician. Definitely not. I wouldn't have been able to be a TV presenter, actually, without having done my music, because they said that the way they found me to do my first piece of TV work was on YouTube. I'd done a travel diary. This is before social media. I'm sounding old now, but I'd done a travel diary when I was in America and Jamaica, and I'd talk to the camera. Today we're performing here. We got this sound check, just to camera. And they'd watched that and said, we'd like to see if you could present this. I didn't know that I was setting myself up for TV presenting, but it was just something that I wanted to do along the way. And so everything interlinks in a way. And so when I say cooking on all burners, I'm not saying go, all heat up on all 6 burners and driving yourself crazy, but you can be planting seeds, just simmering something. You know what a slow cooker is, right? So you might just have something just slightly simmering just there. You might not touch it for 5 years, but you've set it up, right? So, for example, so many people would say, oh, I've always wanted to, I don't know, help young children with their music making, but I'm so busy with my album right now, how do I do it? I said, well, you don't have to do it at the same time, but you can be setting things up. If you're going to a conference and you happen to meet somebody that's in education, just, start festering the relationship, start building it. And later down the line, when you're ready to press play, you know that it's set up, not, oh, how am I going to do this now? I'm ready, And so, I mean, it's wonderful having a good team of people around you. Make sure you surround yourself with people that can help you and also can propel you along. But I remember speaking to my manager and saying, I really want to do an animation one day. And, it's eye rolling, there she goes again. But then we started having meetings with production companies. I didn't have everything ready just yet, but we started having meetings with production companies. And now, years later, I'll get to that in a minute, but years later, I'm working in animation. But some of those projects started from a meeting I had 6-7 years ago that I didn't even know where it was going. So you've always got to have something moving, especially when you're moving around. And I find that session musicians do this really, really well. When I think of, musicians that play in many bands, you have to network. You have to get to know people, make sure, if I'm thinking of a sax player, oh, did you know so-and-so? They live up there. They're always planting seeds. I've found that. And I think it's fantastic, and that's how we should approach our creativity, our business, and how we move on in what we're doing. Again, I said about the jack of all trades. Yeah. I saw a really lovely post on social media, actually just during lockdown, and they said that that's not the whole phrase. Did you know this? Some of you will know this, right? So actually, the phrase is jack of all trades, master of none, though often better than a master of one. Shall I say that again? I'll say it again. That's what it did to me when I heard it. Jack of all trades, master of none, though often better than a master of one. And that just made it make sense for me when we're cooking on all burners. Yes, they're not all firing at once. We might not even be paying attention to the last one. It's lower than one. It's like on a half degree. But you can always be building, always be making sure that you have many, many pots covered. I think the most interesting one for me was, again, during lockdown, this call from Sesame Street. I've never been a music director of a production before. I've always made music for myself, and Yolanda's Band Jam, I'd written the songs for it, but I got a call from Sesame Street saying they've got a new animation called Bees Block. They would like me to do all the music and underscore for it. And I was so thankful. It came in lockdown. We were on tour in Australia when lockdown was announced. They'd done 2 weeks, had a week to go, had to cut it all short and fly home into lockdown. And then the phone calls were coming from the agent saying, this is cancelled, this is postponed, this is cancelled. And, you hear that dun, dun, dun moment where you think, oh my gosh, all of the planning that we've done for these wonderful tours, all the hard work we've put in, what was it for? And are we going to get it back? So thankfully, this project came in, and it's a 2-year project, really, really enjoying it. We're into underscore now. And it's such a different skill, making music that's not meant to be heard but felt and not fighting with the dialogue. But I love it. It's amazing. And I think all those skills and knowledge that you build up along the way, they're there for a reason. They come in handy at some point. And I've found that, especially with this one, just being able to make music in different ways. I've said this in workshops to so many people that music isn't just to be performed. It can be in video games, and I've said it so many times, but never actually done it myself. And so I really, really love this project, but it doesn't feel like I'm doing another thing. It's making music. It's going to give joy. It's going to entertain. And so it all makes sense within it. So that one was cooking on all burners. Does it make sense? Just repeat after me. Cooking on all burners. Very good. And just so you know, those burners aren't necessarily always projects. They could be skills. If you wanted to build a skill set, it might be adding another instrument to your list of instruments you play, or you want to get another qualification. Those things also are included. So the fourth thing is, you don't have to be a multi-millionaire to give back. This one I love. You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to give back. Give it a go. Yes. This one is important to me, I have to say. As we are on our journeys, either as creatives, in business, whatever it is, we're very much focused on what we're doing, where we're going, and I've told you that that is important. What is the dream? What is the goal? I'm going for that. But actually, there is so much that comes from sharing. And I do find in music, you either have collaborators or non-collaborators. There's no in between, you know. You have the people that love to share their knowledge of the industry, of technical terms, of different things. And then you have people that are quite close and just focused on what they want to do. And I've always found that when you share, when you commune, when you collaborate, great things happen. More doors open and wonderful effects of change can happen as well. And this is also true of when you're offering your help or wanting to support others. And so philanthropy for me is really, really important. And I see it even when we're here at the Conservatoire, you know, learning amazing things. There are young musicians that are looking up to the students here. And we're just, even if it was like a teaching the music or a kind word or, oh, let me put you in touch with this music teacher. Just those acts of giving, I think, are so important in what we should do. Because at the end of the day, we make music to share, but we also want people to buy it. We want people to buy tickets and spend their hard-earned money so that we can live. We're not just making music and giving it away for free. So at the end of the day, to be able to offer ourselves to others, I think is really, really important. Is there a local music hub or a local community that you can work with and give of your time? And I'm not saying to do it all the time, because we also get asked to do a lot as well. But just prioritizing some of those projects, I think, is really important. Giving back to the next generation, for me, is really, really important. We can't wait for somebody else to do it. And when we speak about the next generation, day by day, they're getting older and another generation is behind them. And so I think it's really important that we continue to look back. I don't know if you've seen a film called Pay It Forward. Anyone see a film called Pay It Forward? It's a wonderful concept where, you know, you do good to somebody, they feel blessed by it, and they do good to somebody else, and it just keeps on rolling and keeps on going. And I find that music really does that. If you perform a concert, somebody loves the music, they've left in a good mood, and you never know the inevitable you might have saved from happening, and I love that idea. So don't wait to be a multimillionaire to give back. Do it as you're growing, whether it be in charity, whether it be in workshops, whether it be to those around you. I see youth music is up on the board there, and it's such a wonderful thing to be the chair of youth music and see the organizations that we support and the lives that are being changed by music. But I could have just sat there and said, I'm a musician. I'm not going to be helping in that way. I'm not going to be at board level and do anything like that. But I think there is definitely a joy and a blessing that comes from doing that. So if you have the capacity to, and you have the time to and the ability to, don't shy away from it, is what I'd like to say. Don't wait to think, oh, when I get to the end of the project, I'll have a bit more time and I'll do it. It is really important to give back. And also, as musicians, we also need help. As startup companies, we need help. As companies that have initiatives that would need sponsorship or people to get on board, we need help. And so if we can offer our own help, then that help will come again. That's my pay it forward mentality. And I remember being a young musician and deciding that I'm going to be a touring musician, and then thinking, oh, I've got to make an album. I've got to pay the band members. I've got to pay for it to be mixed and mastered, artwork. Then I've got to pay for it to be made, then get racking, and then start touring. I mean, it's enough to make you want to stop, you know? And there isn't always a way to get those funds. It's money, ultimately, that we would need, you know, and all of that support. But just imagine then, as you've gone through your journey and made it to where you wanted to be, and you look back and you can see somebody going through a similar journey as you, to be able to help them in any way that you can, I think is a wonderful thing to do. And that's what sort of sparked the Drake Yolanda Award, to help artists who might just need to master their album. That might be the next step that just pushes their career that bit forward, was something that I really love to do. So see what you can do to give back. And the fifth one, the last one, is enjoy the journey. I haven't painted a really blistering picture there, but enjoy the journey. I find that when we're focused on our dreams and our goals and what we want to achieve, you can kind of miss the little wins. You can kind of forget to celebrate those achievements. You've just done a concert. Okay, you might not have been the amount of people that were in the venue at the time, but there were people there and you all experienced it and you all enjoyed it. Or a new piece of music that you've been working on so hard, you finally got to perform it. And then, oh, what's the next thing? You know, enjoy those moments. An event that you've been planning with your company and your colleagues for so long has just happened. Maybe there was something else that might not have quite gone right, but celebrate the fact that it happened, because as those milestones move on and on and on, you'll turn around and realize that there was a lot to celebrate and a lot to enjoy along the way. There will be disappointments. Let's be real about it. There will be. But my mum would always say it's all part of life's rich tapestry, you know? And all of those things just help us to get stronger. And I never see a disappointment as something to cry over. It's a lesson to learn and to build on and to make ourselves stronger. And then keep on planning, keep on pushing, but make sure that you enjoy the journey as it goes along. So I'm going to run through those 5 points one more time and just repeat them one more time. And hopefully you'll take some of those away. So the first one, an apple is a fruit, but so is a mango. Great. Dream, dream, repeat. A quick story about that one. Every time I say that story, especially in a non-English speaking country, I say, and this song is Dream, Dream, Repeat, and they always say Dream, Dream. And I just think it's so lovely because that's kind of what I want them to do, but we can be stuck in a rut for quite a while. You know? So I'm just going to play the song now. So I do love that. Okay, then cooking on all burners. And I don't have to be a multi-millionaire to give back. And most importantly, enjoy the journey. Thank you so much. It's been lovely to speak to you. I'm here to oh, thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. And I'd love to take questions, please. It would be good, even if it sparks a conversation, that would be really, really wonderful. We've got a roaming mic, so you don't have to shout as well. Oh, thank you. Nice.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hello. So I was looking at his hand over there. Hello.
The cooking on all burners.
Yes.
So do you ever, did you kind of seem to like really readily embrace the burners? But like, did you ever feel like pressure to like internal pressure, not just external pressure from other people? Did you ever feel like, I want to just be on one burner? And you had to resist, kind of like fight that? Or were you always just like, I'm cool with all the burners?
That's a really good question. Interestingly enough, I've found that I think I prefer multiple burners. It's really weird to speak like this, but I think I prefer it because on a daily basis, I can decide what I'm going to focus on. And I do feel if it was just one thing, I might drive myself a little bit nuts, even if it's only 2 things in a day. But if it's just focusing on that one thing, it can be, you sometimes need to step away from it, see the whole picture, and then dive back in, you know? And so sometimes it's nice to focus on something else. It might trigger something because, again, it's all under the same umbrella. It's like, oh, actually, if I apply that to this will work. So I do find working on multiple things across different areas, sometimes they inspire each other and you can see a different worldview on it. But yeah, definitely not all on high at the same time. That is too much. That is an internal pressure. But I do like kind of being able to just look away. And for example, when I'm doing a workshop with people, just being a mum for a minute. So I'm not going to do any work. I'm going to go and play with the girls. And there might be something that one of them does. I'm like, oh my goodness, I could get someone to do that in my improvisation workshop and they'll feel more confident with it. things trigger each other, you know. And when we're talking about all burners, a cooker ultimately is going to cook to make a lovely meal. So, you know, a little spice from here, a little bit sauce from there. I think it all comes together really nicely.
Great, thanks.
No worries, thanks. I can still remember you up there. Hello.
Hiya. So you said that you were turned down by A&R because they thought you were doing too many different things. Do you think that's still the same case now? I don't know how long ago this was, but I feel like a lot of people in this room here are all doing exactly that. We're all doing 5 or 6 different things. And, you know, does that mean that we are going to struggle to find professional or corporate support, or has the industry changed and is this going to be a more accepted way of making a living in this industry in the future?
Great question. I think the industry has changed. If you look now, any artist out there, they've all got a message. They're all saying something. They're all involved in some form of philanthropy or charity element, which wasn't always the case before. And sometimes they have their own initiatives that they're pushing as well. So yes, the general area has changed. I think the one thing that I would say is that even though we have these multiple things going, not everybody needs to know about all of those things, right? So before I thought that I was going into those meetings and saying, look at me, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. You could do everything, you could sell it everywhere. And maybe it was too much to compute for that time, you know? So you can choose, you know, you might play, and I know instrumentalists might do this, they might play a whole plethora of instruments, but you're going for an orchestra seat. They don't want to know that you can play timpani when you're going for the piccolo seat. You know what I mean? It's kind of, you need to be able to pick and choose how you brand what you're giving people. I think that's what I've learned. But it is, you see it now, I mean, footballers alone. I mean, Marcus Rashford is talking about school dinners and poverty. He's a footballer. You know, why is that happening now? Because people are doing multiple things all the time. So it's a better time for it now.
Oh, testing. Hi. Mine's a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
I've written it down because I forget everything.
Thank you.
Did you ever face difficulties as a black woman in music, specifically jazz and R&B? How did you build the resilience and how did you overcome this?
I've been asked this question a lot, especially sort of in lockdown and doing a lot of more online seminars. And because we were going through the whole Black Lives Matter movement, sort of all in isolation as well, so you had a lot of time to think about it. And I thank my parents in a way that they didn't necessarily bring me up to consider my external when I walked into a room. So I'd never really thought about it, if I'm very, very honest. I can walk into the Houses of Parliament or Buckingham Palace or into a classroom, and I think inside of me, I'm just Yolanda Brown. I never walk into a room and think, oh my goodness, I'm black, what will they think of me? Or I'm a woman, will they look at me a different way? And so I had to really challenge myself, actually, in these last 2 years to think, has there been? I couldn't tell you if there was, honestly, because I never let it affect me in that way. I think the main thing for me is that I do want to be that person that changes perceptions. So I have walked into a room and I can tell the doors are closed, you know, maybe they are looking on the external, and if I had let that affect me, that business deal or that collaboration wouldn't have happened. But then I almost love that because I walk out on stage all the time. If I'm playing at a jazz club, for example, I walk out on a stage and some people in the front row will be like, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And I'm not there to wow them. I'm there in my heart to make them feel something. And so throughout the concert, I can see the scales falling off the eyes, and by the end, they're dancing and having a good old time. And so I've always liked the idea of changing perceptions. So if I have been affected by it, I don't really know, because I've just wanted to change their mind every single time, you know. And that can come from even outside of race and gender. It can come from, I remember joining a concert band, and the first thing that somebody asked me, I was playing second tenor, they said, what grade are you? I'm self-taught as a musician, so I don't have a grade. So I said, oh, I don't do grades. I did do grade 5 when I was 13, but at that time I was 21. And the kind of look was a little bit like, a bit pongy. And I just thought, well, why does that matter? I mean, the dots are here anyway, so we're going to all be making music together. So yeah, I guess in the way that I walk the earth, I didn't really let it affect me per se, but I do want to change perceptions. I hope that answers the question a little bit.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Hi, Yolanda.
Hi.
I'm a multi-cooker burner, or burner cooker myself.
Nice to meet you.
I work a lot with young people, and what you were saying about laying the seeds and having those dreams, and things come to fruition in time. You just have to sort of if it's not letting things catch up with you, it's letting other people also catch up with you. And it seems to me that at the moment, a lot of young people have a very instant, some people call it attention span, but I think there's that, if things aren't gratified really quickly, they lose heart. We live in a very sort of instant society. Genres change, fashions change, and they're so tied in with music as a fashion. I think for me, it's a real problem, because young people do get so wrapped up in that culture that it's hard to say, just lay the seeds. Music is a lifelong journey. But how can you give us some experiences of that, or how you may deal with that?
Yeah, and I think the main thing to do, and this kind of stems on from that idea of having a dream, and knowing what your end game is, you then have to plot it, right? So for some people, who are like, I just want to release an album. And I meet people like this all the time, especially with the Drake Yolanda Award, where they're applying for funding. And I'll say, what are you going to use the money for? So I'm going to make an album. Oh, that's great. That's brilliant. And then what happens then? It's kind of blank, you know? And so when we're setting those dreams or setting those goals, we also need to be realistic with how do you get there and what are you going to do next, which is why I asked about what's your extension, right? So let's take making an album, for example. Okay, so you're going to have to record it. How are you going to pay for those things? You're going to pay for the musicians, the studio, mastering, what are the rest? What about distribution then? Even if you're not printing CDs anymore, how do you get it out onto all the platforms? Once you've made that album, what then? How are you going to sell it if nobody knows about it? You're going to have to tour it, right? So a lot of young musicians don't never think about the idea of then you're now in business because you've made a product. You're now going to have to tour. How have you found PR to get people to know about the album? How do you find places to play and find a booking agent? And so when we want that instant gratification, I think we need to, when you're working with young people as well, is put all of those things onto the table, not to make it a challenge for them, but just so you can see the whole picture and understand that nothing comes straight away without some planning and without preparation and then doing those steps. And I think once we can see the steps, hopefully then they can see the bigger picture. Does that help to answer the question? Brilliant. Thank you.
Sorry, just got another question. In terms of going back to when you were talking about mind mapping,
yes,
the many different things that you wanted to do in your career, in your life, did you have any limitations? Was there any kind of, when you created so many different things, did you look at the list of what you had and thought, you know what, let's put that one to the side because I've got too many, I've got 10, 20, whatever. Is there, how did you think about what's the ones that you want to really focus on?
I think the ones that I knew I wanted to focus on were sort of probably the ones that I wrote down first, you know, because those would have been right at the forefront, the things that you're going for. But what I found is that I wrote it onto a whiteboard and kept it in my office or somewhere that I would see it every single day. Because I could go to an event, and if it's to become a touring artist and make my music, so I'm looking for execs or studio people, booking agents, those are the kind of people I want to meet. But we're at a networking event and someone comes to me and says, oh, I've got these young people that I'd like you to speak to. I wouldn't then say, oh, that's not my focus right now. No, because I know that on my mind map, somewhere in the corner there, I had workshops. Right? So if you've got that mind map, you've drawn that out and you can see it every single day, yes, you know what your focus is and you can circle that and make it in a different color. That's the thing that you're really working on every single day. But if you can see that mind map every day, someone might speak to you. It happened literally just today, actually. Somebody reached out to me, a young lady that plays the French horn, She says, I love learning the French horn, but I really want to play jazz, and I'm really good at improvising, but I don't know where to find a French horn jazz players as inspiration. And then we were just here, and forgive me, I've forgotten your name already. Jenny Robson. I've just met Jenny, and I said, are you having a good day? What do you do? She said, I'm a French horn player. I said, oh my goodness. I've just had somebody reach out to me about the jazz French horn. Do you know any? And she's already given me 2. I can now go back and send an email. So at the time when this young lady sent me the email, I could have just said, I have no clue. I don't know what that's about. But just by meeting people, and I don't know what will come of that relationship, you know, and along the way, and I might meet Jenny again, and then it all goes from there. So once you have that mind map, you know the things that you want to reach, there are different things that come your way. I always share in workshops that if you'd have asked me when I was 13 what I wanted to be when I grew up, it was a racing driver. I wanted to be a Formula One racing driver. That was my dream. I didn't say it to many people because they'd give me that look of, you. And I didn't have Lewis Hamilton's dad. So it was always just a passion of mine just to do driving. When I released my first album, I went on to BBC Breakfast, sitting on the sofa, and I recorded my first music video in a Formula 3 car. Ron Dennis, who owned McLaren at the time, was eating his Cocoa Pops while watching BBC Breakfast that morning, reached out to my management before I'd even got off set, invited me to his birthday party to play, brought me on stage as the Lewis Hamilton of the jazz world. Next thing, I'd met a racing team, and I started working on my racing license for single-seater cars. I mean... And so, you know, it is very serendipitous. These things can happen. You just got to keep them in your mind, keep that mind map alive, and you never know what would happen. I'm still driving now, by the way, yes. Hope that answers your question. I did have one down here. I don't know if you'll get there quick enough.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm a radio presenter and music promoter, and wanted to just cover a couple of things. As far as your previous question about getting the music out there, there's a lot of independent shows and independent presenters out there through Mixcloud and all sorts of things like that, you know, that people can search for.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm certainly happy to speak to anybody because I play quite an eclectic mix. And
Brilliant.
Secondly, about networking and whatever, there is a lot of people out there that are looking to actually work with people. I'm involved with something called Green Eyed Records and also Music for the Head and Heart, and we're always trying to promote collaboration with people, so there are places out there that are certainly worth contacting.
Lovely. Well, I hope you make some connections today as well. But it is really, really important to find those people that want to collaborate and communicate. That would be really, really good and good to know. And that helps also when you're looking for your audiences, I said earlier, do look at the regions and look at the independent broadcasters as well, because that is a great way to just get to an audience really, really quickly. Thank you. Lovely. Do one more, and then I know that the next seminars are starting, so yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
So probably, I guess someone didn't mention a point with one question we're going to ask you, and that was about resilience.
About?
Resilience.
Resilience, yes.
Yeah, so probably, I do guess there might have been sometimes like you were just thinking you are your own self. You must not kind of play jazz in a certain way for you to actually come across your expression to others. Yeah, and sometimes you might have sat in front of someone who might have been a record label and say, oh, no, that's not what it sounds like on the radio. I don't think she's good enough. Yeah, so they might like, no, you're not good enough for that. That's not what it sounds like at the radio. We're targeting this type of market, and this is what we want it to sound like. But you're like, no, I'm just being myself.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get turned down for that. So, you don't have to regret about your actions because you're just being yourself, but you've got to deal with it. And yeah, in terms of that, how did you deal with it?
Yeah, great question. I think when we have that dream, and I'm going to use being an artist as the example, it had to start from somewhere. You didn't just pluck it out of the air and think, well, that sounds nice, I'll do that. It would have come from an experience of a success of something that happened, even if it was just performing at your mum's birthday party and, you know, the front row was really smiling. You thought, I want to do this for a living. You must have had something somewhere. And so I always pull back to that initial moment. Whenever there's a no, or this is cancelled, or they didn't like you, or whatever it is, pull back to what made you write that down in the first place. What was the thing that you were really reaching for in the first place? And if somebody did say no because it didn't quite fit them, that's fine. I'm going to look for where it does work, you know? And so I think that also answers the question earlier about, you know, if somebody's said no because of race or gender, I'm not meant to be there then. If you say no, I'm not going to lament over it. I'm going to go to where they said yes. And so when we think about being an artist, it could be the territory. I live in London. Oh, it would be wonderful if all of my gigs were in London and I could just make a living like that. But it's not always the case. My biggest territory is in Australia, on the other side of the world, you know. And so I have to go and play to them where they want me. That's the thing. Or over in Spain. And so that's how you end up getting these sort of different markets or different audiences. You have to go to your audience. And if somebody says no, it's fine. It's no offense. There's so much out there. Let's go to where there's a yes, you know, and later down the line, they may change their mind, which happens all the time. You know, people that said no 5 years ago will say yes later on after you've gone on and done what you wanted to do, being yourself. They will come back to you for who you are, not because of who they wanted you to be. So I think that's something that I've had to learn. Becoming a mum was my turning point, actually. I've got an 8-year-old, as I said. And I remember becoming a mum, knowing I had these responsibilities to keep this person alive. And I could only do it by being me. I can't do it by what a book says because she's not following the book, you know, she's not sleeping like they say they would. And so then I found that I developed this inner confidence that was like, I have to keep her alive. And I am keeping her alive. And she's happy and she loves me. That's enough. I want my audiences to feel like that. And that's your audience. Not everybody loves grunge. Not everybody loves grime. Not everybody loves jazz. So you don't have to be for them. You know, you can only be yourself is what I've found, especially playing a brass instrument. My sound actually is to do with the resonance of my skull. I won't go too deep into it, but it's to do with the resonance and how things reverberate around my skull. I can't change that. And so I have to make the sound that is unique to me and find the audience that wants to hear that. And I think it does take time. It's not easy. And there are moments of self-doubt, as I said, but just go back to that moment when you decided that that was your dream. What was it? And let's go and find that again. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
The amazing Yolanda Brown. Woo! We will be back in this venue at 5 o'clock for the Come Play With Me selection panel, and there's loads of other stuff on in the meantime, which is why people keep running out the door. So yeah, 5 o'clock back here.
Lovely. Thank you.
Peer pressure make you dance like this. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Did it. Okay, okay. Fill my cup, baby, no chase. Body air like a subplane. Bend your back like Beyonce. One shot there for all the bad man. Two shot there for all the bad girl. Stomp your feet like a soldier. Oh no, she did it for the culture. No, we don't want no passa, no. Kingdom like Mufasa, oh. In this thing together, please don't go give in to pressure. If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Oh my goodness, oh my God. Wait, hold it, rock it, set it, picture pose so we know, don't forget it. Kisha, Tammy, Sophie, Becky, paintings doing the most in the Fetty. One more shot for all the bad man, two more shot for all the bad y'all. Tell the DJ reload it, yo DJ, reload it, ayy. We don't want no passa, ayy. Kingdom like Mufasa, ayy. Pressure make you party after party after party. If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Oh my goodness, oh my God, God. If them are fit to Amaza, we don't fuck with them, them, them. Every day creating passa, we don't fuck with them, them, them. If them are fit to Amaza, we don't fuck with them, them, them. Check your pride, be like Mufasa, please don't fuck with them, them, them. If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? If your brethren go jump off a bridge, then would you follow? Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Everybody dead, everybody dead, 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 dead. Hennessy gon' make you dance like this. Ray Ray gon' make you dance like this. I want one shot, whoa, two shot, whoa. Please don't give me too much peer pressure, make you dance like this.
Gone really quiet. Hello. Is this working? Is this working? Yeah. Hey, thank you all for coming down and staying for this and joining for our selection panel. Just for anyone who doesn't know, come play with me. We are an artist development organisation based in Leeds with a record label doing call-outs like this. We also do events like conferences. We have Platform Me where we support first-time promoters. And we also have mentoring sessions supporting emerging artists. But yeah, thank you for coming. I will now to Scott.
Do the thing. Thanks, Eva. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Come Play With Me selection panel. Thank you for sticking in. As Eva says, it's a long day, lots of talking, but hopefully this will be a bit of fun as well, and we're going to with 8 amazing artists. So I've got my notes. I've also written little notes on the back of my hand, so if it looks like I'm checking the time all the time, I'm not. I'm just very, very thorough, and I want to make sure it's all right for you lot. So this, as the label side of Come Play With Me, we work with artists that come through call-outs. So we have a public submission. Anyone living in the Yorkshire region, there's certain specific parts of the call-outs, but they can apply to release with us. Goes through a process where we then come to decide who the artists are. So this call-out started in March. We had 84 applications. So I think the most we've ever had, which was incredible. So that's from across the breadth of Yorkshire. We went through, there was all sorts of different stuff. There was euphoric 90s pop. There was sort of controversial comedic acts. There was some sublime spoken word bits. There was a 12-year-old train obsessive, which was one of our favourites, which was absolutely great. But the breadth, the depth, the genres, the styles was just it was amazing to see so much going on there. So yeah, we've managed to whittle that down in a pre-selection panel to 8 artists. So you're going to hear clips of the 8 artists today. Some of them I know are in the audience, so we'll get to say hello a little bit later on. And as we go through, we're going to get down to 4 artists from the 8. Those 4 will appear on a 10-inch vinyl record supplied by Breed Media, so our partners. Breed, you can see it up there, they're based in Sheffield, do some amazing work. Just pressing records and working with good people, so I'll tell you a little bit more about them in a minute. I'm going to introduce you to our panelists shortly. The panel, our judges, are going to select 3 of the 4 artists. And then rather excitingly, we had an idea that you lot have also got ears and opinions. So you're going to vote for the 4th artist. So there's a bit of a public vote bit. So get your phones ready and warmed up. Because, yeah, we'll be asking you to vote for your favourite out of the remaining artists that haven't been selected by the panel. So yeah, before we start, thanks to Breed for supporting us with this. They are supplying the 10-inch vinyl for this and supporting us with a lot of other things as well. So yeah, they began in 2008. Based in Sheffield, they look after artists, putting out CDs, LPs, 7 inches, all sorts of stuff. So info@breedmedia.co.uk is where you can get in touch with them if you want to find out about pressing vinyl, CD, any of that sort of stuff. It's good to work with a Yorkshire company as well, isn't it? Support at your doorstep. So go and find out a bit more about Breed. They're a really good organisation and company, do some good stuff. My wonderful panel of guests. So I'm going to invite each of them to introduce themselves. Start with you, Alex, if that's all right.
I'm Alex. I work at Ninja Tune and Big Data. I've been working in the industry for over 10 years now. Run my own label, on nights, been on tours and whatnot. So been in various different hats at different times. Now I'm here.
Lily?
I'm Lily. I'm a musician primarily. I'm in a band called English Teacher, and I also worked with Scott at the Clue Records label, which is really cool. And I also do some freelance bits like this and music journalism as well. So a bit of everything, but just like music, really. That's
and
me.
mega cool stuff like you've just been showing me clips of an amazing video you were filming yesterday where you got your head chopped off.
Chopped my head off on a music video. It's a big day for me. Yeah.
And Wesley?
Hello, I'm Wesley. I'm Open Fund Manager and Grants Coordinator at PRS Foundation. We're the UK's leading funder of new music and talent development. And we have a whole host of different grant schemes for all career levels and all genres. And we fund a lot of organisations such as Music Leeds, who come play with me as well. We also have a fund that is specific for Yorkshire-based artists called the PPL Management Accelerator Fund. And we work on other programmes such as Key Change and Power Up, which were both founded and launched by PRS Foundation.
And fantastic comedic timing as well, Wesley.
Thank you. That makes you quieter.
Sorry, just so I don't embarrass myself later. One of our biggest funds closed recently. We had nearly 900 applications, and those have sort of blurred into these in my head. So it might take me a while to remember what's going on. So, yeah.
And it's good because we've got like a lot of perspectives, artist, label, funding, loads of different opinions. So it's good to hear different parts of the industry. Like you don't normally hear about how artists get selected for panels or for labels and releases. So this is a bit behind the ropes, behind the velvet curtain. So hopefully there's some good insight here. There's a bit of context to who I am and why I'm sat gabbing in front of you for the next hour. I work for Come Play With Me. So I work on the workshops and artist development there and just supporting with the team there. I have my own record label called Clue Records, so indie alternative-based artists we look after. We'll be 10 in November, which is scary. I lecture here, Leeds Conservatoire, so I do a couple of bits here. I manage an artist and what else? I mentor for Launchpad, the people who organised all this today. I should definitely remember that one. So yeah, that's sort of my background. So I'll throw little opinions or thoughts in, maybe at points where it's about you three and what you think, and then it'll be down to you lot to pick the 4th one as well. So it's very exciting. The artists that you're going to see, A to Z. So no preference, we've just gone by first name, alphabetical. We're going to hear clips of the tracks. Before we get into that, this is what I've sort of covered this a little bit. So we're going to select 4 artists. Will appear on a 10-inch digital compilation. All tracks will be professionally mastered, and we'll Come Play With Me support with that. Come Play With Me support with the press campaign, which will be provided by Hanglands PR. So Harry and the team have been around all day, saying some really good stuff on the panels. And then they will also get ongoing support from Come Play With Me, including workshops, social strategy, live opportunities, and signposting opportunities. So we try, although the artists that we work with usually get one release with Come Play With Me, we try to be a sort of set them up so they can go on into their own career and forge their own path from there. And what we're looking for, so as a panel, what we after, high quality music is essential. We need an artist that has really, really good music and has got that. Some of these tracks are in demo form and may not be quite there yet, but you can hear a song in it, you can hear something to it. So that's definitely what we're looking for. But it's not just that, we also want artists who are ready for the opportunity. So is this the right time for that artist? Are they driven? Are they putting effort into their career and what they're doing? Do they have long-term plans in place? All of that thing. So it's about, we're looking at the longevity of an artist. And yeah, should they be given the opportunity, they can make the most of that opportunity. So that's another thing that we'll be considering. The artists on submitting music, obviously the track was there, but they also submitted application forms. So that is something that we've all sort of seen and checked out, so we'll be able to talk about that with the artists. Without further ado, let's get into some music. So we're going to hear clips, 30-second clips from each artist, and then we're going to see where we go from there. So Alex Rushforth first. Alex can't make it today, but let's hear a bit of the track.
I wanna be part of the aristocracy in my living room. I wanna be the moon. 18 years ago, there's a Russian army general in corduroy with telescope. He's looking for you.
Thanks. A light applause for Alex there. Yeah, great. So I'll give you a little bio, and then we'll get into talking about the track and then sort of the submission. So Alex Rushforth is a pop polymath, singer-songwriter, producer from Leeds, the outsider's outsider artist. Alex crafts joyful and ironic meditations spanning football, faith, meaning, love, and laughter. That sounds like something you get in IKEA, doesn't it? Love and laughter. Throughout the last decade, Alex has been quietly creating a vast body of work, releasing bold, brave, and beautiful self-portraits, animated by their versatile vocals, gift of melody, and unique sonic eclecticism. So some good words in there. Wesley, I'm going to start with you. So this was one of your, I've asked you before, I asked the judges to pick their top 3 out of this, so we had a bit of an idea where we were going with it. But Wesley, yeah, this is one of yours. I don't know if yours were in order, but it was the first one you had down there as well.
Yeah, I really like this. Musically, I thought it was really nice. I like what they were doing. But I think it was the plan that swayed it. For me, I think I just like because they've done 4 albums already. I like that they're clearly aware of that and are trying to push themselves to do, rather than do less and maybe concentrate on a single and video, they're going for like a 30-track epic, which is pretty bold, I think, and I kind of commend the confidence of doing that, basically. And I really like their approach to fan engagement and making sure that they're, keeping in touch with people who are into them and all that sort of stuff. So I thought, yeah, this person is clearly going to make the best of this opportunity.
Yeah, I think on I remember seeing bits in there, like they had Radio 1 support, 6 Music support, and also they were talking about the album is a bit of like a concept, but like a post-Covidian, there's a religious overtones. So I was like, I don't know what any of this means, but it sounds fantastic. I want to know. You immediately want to know more about it.
Yeah, I was excited about it, basically. Yeah, I thought this is someone's really trying to push themselves creatively, and I thought, yeah, give them this opportunity.
Great. Yeah, that's good. Lily, it was also in one of your top 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've made a little notes thing because my memory and ability to make sentences is bad, so I'm going to just read off here a bit. But yeah, this was on my top 3. It was for a similar reason. The 30-song epic idea kind of like really intrigued me. I thought the lyrics were really beautiful, there's a lot of like research, it seems, like in the idea for the concept of the epic, and like with references and stuff, and that like speaks to what I look for in stuff I want to listen to. It's just like sort of from a more like artistic perspective. Yeah, and also I thought it sounded a bit like Alt J, and I really like Alt J. So
yeah, I get it. I thought about that, but yeah, I definitely get a tone of that. Yeah. Alex, how about you? Not one of your top 3, but what did you feel about it? Alex came prepared with his top 3 with an incredibly detailed spreadsheet of pros and cons, and it was amazing.
As the most organised, I've now forgotten to bring the spreadsheet with me. So I'm like, I think for me, obviously, incredibly ambitious project, which is mint, and I think that's always a nice thing to have a big plan. But I thought the music was lovely, really catchy, beautiful voice, and I loved especially how they'd chosen to produce it. It sounded just like they were saying it to me.
Yeah.
And I think it wasn't overproduced for the most part. The one bit that I found that pulled me out of it a wee bit was when it got into the chorus. I thought it just like felt like production-wise stuck that on, and that was just a small little thing that I thought could have been maybe refined slightly.
Yeah.
But it wasn't in the composition. I thought it was really nice. It was just a production thing that pulled me out of the moment in that song.
Yeah.
Probably the only thing I had as a mark on it.
I get what you mean. It sort of steps into it quite boldly into the chorus, like it doesn't naturally lead into it, which can really work as well, can't it?
It can absolutely work,
yeah.
you know. But just in this instance, I kind of almost had sort of like early Elliott Smith elements when I was like, sometimes I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm just in whatever story they're telling me.
Yeah.
And then I just like, oh, okay, this is the catchy chorus, but I know it's there, and it wasn't just lost in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that sounds a bit subjective, but that's what I felt.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the important things to say as well. And like everybody has, each individual in this room has completely their own taste and views on music in it. So I think even taking on the board these, if you're in one of the you are one of the artists, or you're thinking about that, and it's like, I don't agree with that. That's fine. That's how music works, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm the only one here that probably didn't pick it, so
So yeah, it's definitely something we've said for that. On a funding, or like, I don't know, how do you look at things from PRSF then, or like, and how would you, I don't know, does this appeal to you in that way? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, I like the ambitious nature of the project. That like makes me feel quite excited about it. Generally, it was, you know, I really like the whole lot of it, but there's no such thing as a perfect application. There's always something that could be slightly better, and I think with this one, if they were applying for us separately, again, because they're 4 albums in, I would expect them to be touring a bit wider than Yorkshire at this point. They should be trying to build a fan base elsewhere. So more on what they're going to do once it's out, to get it out there and build their career and make it more sustainable is always helpful. But yeah, it was one of my favourites in general.
I think as well, if I remember right, there was a part where Alex has said that they had come away from Instagram, got rid of their Instagram, and just sort of come back onto Instagram. And it's also that thing of like, there are completely valid reasons for doing that, and sometimes you need to step away, and then it's coming back in and re-engaging with the audience. But it's, whether that, I don't know, it's understanding the reasons for that, maybe in the context for that, and is this the right time for them to be moving on and really kicking into the next release, maybe?
Some explanation about that is kind of helpful. I don't actually use any social media at all, so that's just not part of my world. I don't really pay much attention to that. So I'm always looking for the other stuff, and I let other people at work deal with that stuff.
Amazing. Well, I described social media early on as grim, and I stand by that assessment. It's great, but it's an awful place. Lily, is there anything more that you wanted from it, or like with the points that you were thinking, I wish it did this, or about the plan or the story, or Alex?
I think like the submitted song, like really stood out to me. I think listening to the other catalogue, the rest of the back catalogue, I wasn't like as, I guess, because there were links in the application to Spotify and things like that, and I guess I was more into the new stuff, which I guess is a good thing because it sort of bodes well for the 30-song epic. But yeah, I guess that was the only thing that maybe would have made me go, I'm not sure. But yeah, I was a big fan. I mean, it was I think it's one of the first ones that I listened to, so I was like, you know, hold back. This might not be one of your favourites, but yeah, it sort of stuck with me through the group. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. And Alex, on dealing with, do you like deal with the A&R side or the submission side of, like, obviously with Big Daddy you do, but like with Ninja Tune as well?
A&R and stuff, and in Ninja I'm doing talking to the record shops. So basically, if you've got a record coming out, talking to the shops, this is coming. How do you want to promote it and get it in your shops? Also, the creative about working the creative marketing team. So if you come with us and you've got a plan, so this, for example, someone like this who's got a big plan, a big concept. So cool. How do we help tell that story? Yeah. Because you touched on it with social media, but we're not. The way I look at it is that we're not just, and this is a horrible way of phrasing it, so forgive me for saying it, we're not just competing with other artists and musicians to get their attention. You're competing with everything. It's an attention economy, social media, Netflix, everything, TikTok, whatever it may be. And trying to find, and it can sometimes feel like it runs counter to the artistic process, but finding the most impactful way of getting that story out easily to people.
Yeah.
Certainly with the acts that we work with. Not every artist wants to work with labels and goes down that route, but if you're working with, say, a label who's maybe investing and working, helping you craft your career, that would be some of the discussions that we have. And it's like, you know, a 30-song epic is mint on the one hand.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'm like, that's a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I'd probably be like, I would err towards refining that into something that's going to be easier for people to digest.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a thing of this, but is it a thing of like the person who's created this 30-track album doesn't know how to cut something out that isn't strong enough? Is it like you write 30 and it's like, right, we'll get 12 out of that and that's the album?
Yeah.
And I haven't heard the album, I don't know that, but is it a thing like that? Like,
sometimes it's that. You might have 30 bangers.
Yeah.
And that's amazing if you do. Not a lot of artists write 30 bangers in their career.
Yeah.
So let's say you do in the best case scenario. It's like, cool, do we want to do that all now?
Yeah.
Do you want that all out now?
Yep.
Maybe you're incredibly prolific and you're just doing that. But maybe it's like spacing it out, giving people time to actually digest those songs.
Yeah.
I know me personally, I'm super lucky. Get to hear, like you guys, I'm sure, so much music each day. But there's a difference between hearing it and listening to it. And I find sometimes just the quantity means I miss good things.
Without a doubt.
And I would be inclined with an artist like, mate, your stuff's wicked. You want people to really hear it.
Yeah. Which I think, like, even go through the 84 submissions of that, it wasn't until we listened back to these 30-second clips of these 8, I was like, there's some tunes in here. And it's like, sometimes you're so stuck in it, like you say, that you don't appreciate it. You've got to take yourself out of it a little bit. Yes, thank you for all that. Let's get on to the next artist then. So, next one we've got Claudia Fenoglio. Have the tune there, please. Yes, thank you again. Little thank. Claudia, is that you in the back? I haven't got your hand. I can see that shine is coming out from here. And also, I said Fenoglio. Is it like how? Fenoglio, and my accent, could have butchered that. I tried to be better, but yeah, Fenoglio. Okay, thank you. I'm going to read your bio now, so hide behind your hand again. Claudia makes the kind of music you want to fall asleep to, but once you fall in, you get the urge to jolt back awake. Just listen to her voice once more. Just to listen to her voice once more, so that was like a clip from a review. So taking inspiration from Julia Jacklin, The Staves and Phoebe Bridgers, Claudia pays homage to her acoustic roots, singing about nostalgia and revisiting old memories. Yeah, very cool. I'm going to start with you again, Wesley. I promise I won't next time. Well, I might, you never know. But yeah, this was again in your top 3, one of your top picks.
Yeah, I really, really like this track. I find sometimes with this kind of music, it can feel almost a bit samey, like, oh, yep, I've heard this before. But there's something about this that made it just stick out a little bit. And I really like the way the whole track just builds. And you just heard it there, that like the way the lead guitar bit comes in at the end. I really like that. And the production didn't feel too polished in a good way. Like it feels like the whole thing is just a really nice package. I really liked it all, really. And it's one of the reasons I picked it as my one, again, is the plan, like just very clear, tangible goals that you're talking about, 2-year plan, you know where you want to go and what you want to do and how you're going to do it. So it's like, yeah, this is a done deal for me. I guess the other thing, the only thing I thought about it is because they're releasing an EP as well, whether it would be better to just separate that and do this on its own and make the most of this and release the EP as something else rather than mixing them up, but that's just a little thing.
Cool, great, thank you. Alex, I'm going to come to you now. What were your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I thought it was really lovely. I think pretty much everything was spot on when I listened to the track. I know that sounds a bit clinical, but I thought it was like you're saying, Wesley. To me, it was produced exactly like it should be, just enough but not too much. I thought what was really nice in it is the way that it built, and I thought it built naturally, and then the crescendo fell exactly like I wanted it to.
Yeah.
I went back and listened to those bits, and I think I wrote on this, it sounded like there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like there was a Rhodes or something under in one little part, and I was like, yeah, snap, I like that.
Yeah.
I would even have more, but that's just because I love that sound.
Yeah.
Just like a tiny bit more in the mix, but I thought that was really nice. I think EPs are tough.
Yeah.
EPs are super tough. Like, they don't quite fit as a single, they don't quite fit as an album because they're an EP, but that means that sometimes they can get a bit lost in terms of, certainly if I'm talking about record shops and records and releases and PR and press and promo, sometimes EPs I tend to find tricky. Doesn't mean don't do them, but it's just something to always consider sometimes, I think. Sometimes splitting up into just a run of singles is quite nice.
Yeah.
And it's certainly in DS with like Spotify and whatnot, that can work well for you.
Yeah.
But it very much depends on the artist. It's just an observation. EPs can be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great. Lily?
Yeah, I thought it was lovely. Voice is lovely. The guitar tones were stunning. Gave me like, I don't know, points like Lana Del Rey vibes. I think the guitar tones were my favorite part of it. But actually, like aside from the music, my favorite part of it was actually the video submission. I thought that you did like really well with that. I thought it was the most, I guess, engaging one. It was so well planned out, and I think, you know, going on from this, if you apply for like other funds, having something that's so structured that people can be like, that ticks that box is like so useful. And just like the footage of like the live stuff as well, just really tied everything together, and it was like you really sold yourself. And also, I think in the submission it said that you'd done some, added some home recorded parts in. And if it's the bit that I'm thinking of, I actually liked the lo-fi feel of your own production. So I don't know if you want to keep that in or go and re-record it, remix it, but I quite liked the sort of, I think you guys both mentioned that it had a sort of, it wasn't overproduced, you know, and I thought that added a certain something, it made it different from, you know.
It sounds like it should be on a vinyl.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, this sounds weird, but it sounded Sheffield. It's like it had the outro is Richard Hawley.
Yeah,
to me.
I was trying to think of who it reminded me of, and it's Richard Hawley.
It's definitely got that in it. So I thought it was like beautifully sweeping like that. I love that stuff. I thought it was really good, and I'm glad you said about the video submission because this was. So in applying, you can do a written submission, you can do a video, or you can do an audio. We try and make it as broad as we can on that and accessible. The video Claudia put in was. There's nothing wrong with talking to a camera either, that I can absolutely work and get your personality across, but it was made as if it was like a mini documentary almost, like there was bits like this is my plan and talking over it, and from that it was clear like this is just for the submission, this won't be seen by anyone, but clearly this artist cares enough to do this and put that effort in, and it really, that conveyed it massively, so yeah, I think it was really impressive.
Yeah, sorry, you can, you can apply to PRS Foundation with video applications as well, and I do find that you are able to get across like a bit of your personality and who you are a bit easier that way than you would otherwise on like quite a dry application form. So it's kind of try and be aware of that and make sure it doesn't impact you through like unconscious bias and stuff, but it does help show the person that, I can see who this artist is and what they're trying to do, which you can't do in a form.
Yeah, words on a page are so much, because it's just, everything's the same in it, but when you see somebody, it's that human thing, isn't it? You just see somebody's face, and it's like, you almost don't want to disappoint them by saying, you're not getting the money. So yeah, it's one of them as well, it definitely helps. Amazing, thank you. Let's move on to the next one then. So, Concrete next. We've got Concrete in yet. So we've got Chris and Hannah, can we have a clip at Concrete's clip, please?
Find, oh
Amazing. Thank you. So, as a bit of a bio then, Concrete are an electronic pop duo made up of Chris Milnes and Hannah Willwood. They met at this university, at Leeds Conservatoire, when Chris was Hannah's lecturer and became close friends and collaborators. Project draws influence from artists like Sylvan Esso and Little Dragon and aims to create a fun, dancey atmosphere. The project is brand new. The band are yet to release any music. Alex, I'm going to start with you, if that's all right. What were your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it was cool. I thought the production was really nice, especially when it came out. I was like, oh, I like this. I thought the singing was lovely. It kind of reminded me of Wyoke a little bit. And everything felt like, production-wise and everything in a really good place. My only thoughts on it were that everything's really nice, but the chorus got a little lost to me. And I think something there in the structure maybe would have benefited it to make me really feel like, now this is the chorus, and it's really pulling me into those little hooks. That's just a personal thing, and maybe you'll disagree. But that was really the only thing I had that was not on the positive. I really liked the production. I really liked the composition of the instrumentation, the electronics was meant, to be honest.
Great. And that's twice you've mentioned chorus in the 3 tracks. So is that something that, from a commercial aspect, or is it just personal, like the chorus is just, you need that killer hook in it, or you need that thing that really pulls you into it? Is that what you're looking for?
Certainly commercially. Personally, I listen to like drone and ambient, so I don't care too much about a chorus. But it depends on the song, obviously. But I think in songs that feel like they are, a chorus would benefit it, and there is a chorus to be had that would just like
elevate it,
just a little bit more, then I'm like, I think that just a little bit of a push or something in there just to separate that from the verse. So when you come back into that verse, you're like, cool, I'm in that next section now.
Great. No, that's cool. Yeah, Lily, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really like the sort of the percussive, metallic sounding texture that it starts with. So like when I first heard that bit, I was like, this is cool, and then I was sort of waiting for it to come back, and so like the second time that I heard it, I was like, yeah, this is really cool. And I think that my only sort of thing with it is that I feel like that's sort of the weirdest part of the song, and for my personal taste, for my personal taste, I'd lean more into that kookier element, because it was really cool. But yeah, it was a really good application.
Yes, right. Yeah, Wesley, what were your thoughts?
Cool. Yeah. I really like the track as well. Again, the whole bells thing when it comes in and sort of offsets that kick, so it's got quite a nice feel to the whole thing as it goes through. I don't know if I'm reading into this completely the wrong way as intended, but I really like the voice and how that matches with the sound. But it felt like there's like a sinister undertone to the whole song. Like there's something odd going on, like. And I just wanted the music to sort of match that, like to be a bit, I don't know, like a bit more dirty or a bit more. I just wanted some more somewhere. Maybe it's what Alex picked up on with the chorus that I didn't make that connection. But yeah, I felt like I just wanted some more to happen. But that's, I can't quite. It's that sinister thing that just doesn't quite match for me. But the actual track I really, really liked, and I definitely had my PRS Foundation hat on when I looked at this one. And in the plan, it was just, there was lots of I would like to do, hope to do, love to do, and I am going to do this. So it's having a solid vision of what you want to do, I think would be much, much better. But I think there's like loads of potential in this. Like for a first track, like as a new band, that's pretty phenomenal, really.
So in the application form, you want it to be something a bit more concrete.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Correct.
There you go.
So I definitely encourage you to look at PRS Foundation funding for future projects, for sure.
Can't believe I just made that joke. Sorry, Wesley, that was a really good point.
No, I slept on it. It's my own fault.
Submarine that with an awful...
You opened the door, you just walked
It had to be done.
Yeah. You set him up. And so a little point of this, it's the first thing, it's a new project. Where does that come into your thought? Like, as a label, is that, great, we get staff from fresh and there's no background at all. Is that a good thing, or do you want a little bit something now? How do you look at it?
From our side, I mean, there's two elements to it. One, that it's a first track and a brand new thing. What a brilliant foundation.
Yeah.
You've obviously got, you've got good ears, it sounds like you've got good ears.
Yep.
You understand like composition, writing, production. That's a given, right?
Yep.
So that's the skill bit sorted.
Yeah.
And you know, working with a label on the A&R side, they can also help with, you know, this suggestions on maybe you'd want to tweak a chorus here and there. So that's what my hat was.
Yeah.
If I had that track, I'd be like, this is mint, that's a good start. I think we should, I mean, the artist has the right to say, fuck off, it's my song. But it's also part of my job to just make those suggestions. So I think this could help elevate it.
Yeah.
These are our reference points. In terms of it being brand new, it's a tricky one. Some artists, there's just an undeniable buzz and electricity around them.
Yep.
Very small. One of the artists that we signed quite recently, Black Country.
Yep.
Prior to us, they'd had very few official releases, right?
Yep.
And obviously they've grown to be like really quite successful.
Yeah.
But you do want to see, is there an audience?
Yeah.
So it's a toughie, and you know it's not always down to the best track. And that's
Yeah.
the hard bit. Like your music lovers' hats, like it's the best music, right? But
Yeah.
sometimes it's like, is there an audience that wants to go out, buy tickets to the shows, and
Yeah.
buy your records? And from a record label side,
Yeah.
which
Kind of
is
commercials. Yeah.
perhaps the less romantic side of it, that is always a consideration. So if you're
Yeah.
new, but you're playing shows, you're selling out gigs, okay, there's something here, absolutely. So being new is no problem.
Amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks everyone. So let's move on to Felt. So Felt are here. Yeah. How are you in? Let's play the track, please. Felt, everyone. Right, a little bit of bio. So, floating somewhere between the gaps of Leeds' basements and darkened venues, Felt create hypnotic kraut gaze. Pulsing rhythms are accentuated by chiming guitars and ethereal vocals to draw the listener into the space between. Their music is a haunting soundscape of beautifully crafted clockwork-esque art rock. The importance of art is steeped throughout Felt, flowing through their live shows and into the band's output. I like that, very descriptive. I'm also a huge conflict of interest because Clue Records that I run, Felt we've released with and worked with closely, so I think this is, it doesn't matter, you know what, that's obvious what I think. Alex, I'm going to start with you again because this was in your top three. It was at the top of yours. I don't know if that was in order, but this is one you picked out.
This was top of my top three.
Yeah.
But I also like, to me, I turned it on, I was like, oh, women, cool, Chris Riemer, that sounds exactly like that. It's like you've got that Calgary post-punk sound to a T, in my opinion, kind of sharp and a little too sharp guitar. That's exactly how I want it.
Yeah.
Beautiful intersections between the guitar, interplay, bass guitar. My only, it's not a criticism at all. I'd be like, at the end, it sounds like there's like a soaring bit of feedback. I'm like, I want to hear more of that. A bit more noise, a bit more weird, a bit more drone, a bit more kind of atonal, because for me, where women sit atop that pyramid of that Calgary post-punk is their pop sensibilities mixed with their artistic kind of approach to it. And I think you've got all the pop sensibilities are there. It's catchy, in my opinion. And sonically, you've got the right palette. And now I just think it's just don't be afraid to just leave it go a bit longer, make it sound a bit weirder. But that's my thoughts on that.
Amazing, thank you. Wesley, I want to come to you next. This was it was an honourable mention if
Yeah,
you want
yeah.
top three, but
I had a few that I struggled with going back and forth on. If I'm remembering correctly, it's one where you're sort of moving away from how you used to be and going somewhere else. I found that it's quite bold because I felt like what you used to do is quite fashionable at the moment. So you should be capitalising on that maybe, but instead you're like, no, we're going to do something else. And that speaks to me. I quite like that. And similar to what Alex was just saying, again, much like the electronic one, I just wanted more. Like, if you're going to go down that weird route, just dig into it and really go for it. But yeah, I really liked this track and liked how it sounded. Again, I had my foundation hat on, and the promotion was a single show. It's like, what else are you going to be doing? So just more information about what you're going to do to make the most of the opportunity, really. But yeah, it's all good.
In answer to that question, a remix EP featuring some of the shoegazers' finest people: Bedroom, Ulrika Spursek, Dive, and English Teacher are doing a remix. So yeah, that's the clue bit. Lily, your
Lee's
thoughts?
done quite well too. I know felt, and because I worked for Clue, I've worked with them before. Sick band. Yeah, and what I liked about the submission was that my only thing that I've had with your music, and this is a controversial opinion, is that I think that your lyrics are so good that I always want to hear you more. So I feel like I could hear you a bit more on this song, and I was like, yes, fine. But also, you know, the buried vocal is a good sonic thing. So, but yeah, and I think also what's great about the submission is that the idea to do like a tireless idealist show, which is your promotions thing, because I went to one of those before and it was packed out. So it sort of bodes well for a release, the idea that if a track does come out, you know that it's got the scope for being received well, for shows to sell out. And like, that's it, and it really, like, that's what it's about, is the reception, is people wanting to listen to it, wanting to go to the gigs. So yeah, I like the idea of that, and keeping it, you know, wanting to put it on yourself is always a cool thing. So yeah, I like it.
Great, thank you. Right, let's get on to the next one. Next, Hang Linton. Hang here. I've definitely seen Hang today. Yes, right at the back, hello. Yeah, can we have the clip of this one, please? Nice one, thank you, Han. Okay, so Hang Linton is an interdisciplinary artist from London, based in Leeds, with a DIY approach. Working in music, performance, video and installation, their art is rebellion against clean aesthetics. After cutting their teeth in Berlin across multiple projects and collectives, Hang has landed on home soil and is ready to create waves across the UK. Armed with a live setup of a sampler, synths and visuals, Hang bends your ear around the counterculture sounds and movements that have helped shape him. Yeah, very cool. Lily, I'm going to come straight to you. This was on your picks and it was top of your three.
Yeah, it was number one on mine. And it was sort of like, I guess, 3 reasons for that. I think I've recently struggled to find like music that I want to listen to, and I don't I don't know if that's just because I've been doing a lot of work in music where I have to listen to music, but also I think I'm just struggling with like finding stuff I want to listen to. And what I liked about this is like the blend of different genres. It felt new and it felt engaging, and it also reminded me a little bit of like, I don't know, the voice reminded me a bit of like Andre 3000, which is just like, I love Andre 3000, so that's really cool. And yeah, and there's some samples in it that I really liked. So yeah, it's just like a blend of like different things that I like, and a mixture. And I love stuff that crosses different musical genres, so that was really cool. I think in the submission, like name dropping Gorillaz and a tour with Baba Ali as well, which I saw on Instagram. I think like it's sort of already having those kind of things in place is like really exciting for, I guess, for a label wanting to sign someone for a single, because it's like, you know, you've already started to make those connections and you've already got people that want to, you know, work with you and stuff like that. So that's great. What else did I write down? Sorry, I did a quite big paragraph. Yeah, being able to make your own visuals again, it's just like another string to your bow, and I think that should be commended. And then finally, like lyrically, like I'm just a sucker for anything that's got like a political or like any kind of like social discourse in it. So I thought this track just like it was really my kind of thing. So yeah, I was a big fan.
Amazing, ringing endorsement. Alex, also in your top 3 or second in your selections?
Yeah, this was wicked. I think a lot of what you were saying, I completely agree with. I thought that touching on some incredibly important topics in the song, and I thought that with that background, then listening to the track, I felt very much like I was almost standing out in like a rainy street in Berlin. And I was like, okay, I feel like I've been a bit transported, and I find if I'm transported in a track, it's doing something right.
Yep.
From a label side, artists that are doing it themselves already, whatever it may be, from production, videos, performance, setting up shows, anything like that, is so nice, because really what you can do as a label is elevate the work that people are already doing.
Yep.
Do you know? So the more that strings to someone's bow is, you've got more to play with.
Yep.
Which is always incredibly exciting.
Yep.
I thought the track was wicked. I thought put across the messages that was behind it, I thought really well. And you know, I would probably have a few production thoughts, simply because I think there's so much interest, so many interesting elements in it. Perhaps there's some ways to make them all pull together and have their own space a little more.
Yep.
But yeah, as a minor point, really. It's like me trying to find.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say problems, just thoughts.
Cool, amazing. Wesley, it was an honourable mention for you as well, wasn't it? So.
Yeah, this is another one that I struggled with. There was 3. By picking the last one of the top 3, it was really difficult for me. I love this track. It's so unique. There's something completely unique about this that I can't fit it anywhere else quite. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, really cool. I love the lyrics. This is probably not going to help you at all, but I just felt, again, with my PRS Foundation hat on, that maybe other people would have benefited more from being on this than you would. It seems like you're quite well supported. You've got a lot of industry backing already. You're doing a lot yourself. Thought maybe you're doing fine. This might not be the correct opportunity, and maybe other people will get more out of it, and you should speak to me about PRS Foundation funding.
There you go, yeah. So that's an important point as well, and it's like, are you too far on for the opportunities that's presenting? Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. I probably shouldn't make that decision because you've applied, so you obviously want to do it. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Just take that as given. But yeah, just from reading the plan, I was like, man, this dude's doing all right. Like, yeah, it's fine.
Amazing.
Yeah, I guess, again, when you're talking about doing your own stuff as well, doing your own PR campaign, just a bit of information about, like, track record of doing that and how well that goes, or whether it would be more beneficial to use someone else and start to grow that way. Yeah. But otherwise, musically, I thought this was brilliant.
Brilliant, thank you. Just conscious of time, let's crack on. We've got 3 more, 3 more to go? Yeah, we're good, we're all right. State of Satter next. There they are. Can we have this track, please?
Inna me car, inna the yard, inna me room, me place to stay. Strumbling, crumbling, happening, happening, fighting, need to stay away. Controlling this addiction is fiction. Seeing these illusions, all natural intrusion. Yeah, you know what to do. Ola Tuvalu. I am addicted to Ola Tuvalu.
State of Satter in here? Yeah, because you were the only ones that didn't clap to that. I was like, yeah, you're not applaud your own music. It's fine. You must like it. It's good. Yeah, that's it. I like it. Right, quick bio. State of Satter are a 7-piece UK reggae band based in the north of England, brought together by a collective love of dub and reggae. The band fused the rhythms of one drop and steppers, bone-shaking bass lines, and resonant vocals to create a distinct groove-driven sound. So that is State of Satter. Wesley, come at you first, that's all right. What were your thoughts?
Unfortunately, it's quite similar to the last one. I think that the track has obviously been released already, and it seems like it's done quite well. So I didn't think it was as much of a priority to put it on this above someone else who I think, again, would just make more of the opportunity. What I did like, though, is that, again, you've just got some very clear goals. You know what you're looking for, exactly how you're going to do it, and that's really key when you're applying for other sorts of funding, which you should do. So yeah, again, I didn't have much bad to say about this, really. It's just that I didn't think it was as much of an opportunity as it would be for other people.
Cool, thank you.
Which is, yeah, maybe I've come at this the wrong way. It's just too much PRS Foundation going on.
No, but it's an interesting point, though, isn't it? Like, it's nice to hear that different aspect of it and the inside of it. So yeah, it's good. Lily, what about you?
Yeah, I feel bad commenting on this because I actually know very little about reggae. So yeah, it's not something that I personally really listen to, but commenting on it musically, just from, I guess, from the perspective of someone who doesn't really listen to this kind of music, it was really catchy. It sounded really well produced. Yeah, all the instrumental parts and the vocal parts really clean. Lyrics are fun. There was a bit where there was like a sample of like the vocalist laughing. I thought that was really fun. So yeah, it was an enjoyable track, just not really the kind of thing that I listened to, and I guess that's why it didn't sort of make it into my top 3. But yeah. Good.
Cool, nice one, thank you. Alex, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I listened to it a few times, and I thought it was basically, it's a weird thing to say, it was basically perfect for the track it was, and in a way, I found it a little too perfect. And this is maybe a taste thing, you know. If I listen to it compared to like the Upsetters or something, I was like, I think I'd almost rather. And it's more of a production thing. It's not a composition thing. Everything was spot on. Drums incredible. The drums sounded great, and I almost thought like if it was just a little bit more, almost live sounding.
Yeah.
I don't know how it was recorded. Maybe it was recorded live. I'm not sure. But in that record, in that track, I think I would like to feel the energy of the band a bit more.
Yes.
It's such a non-tangible thing I'm saying. I completely appreciate, but that was it really. It was a great tune, super catchy. I thought the guys smashed it. It was just a kind of production thing. It could be a taste thing. I quite like when I kind of feel the live, like I'm in the room.
That sort of raw, like I don't know if it's what you mean, but like even like the crackle or the hiss or that sort of like, that's what I get from like reggae or like dubstep. It's like it sounds like it's come from that time. You know, it's got that sort of, it's been on a record that's been chucked about a bit. And it's had a couple of scratches, and that adds to it. Adds that little hiss and that little
and
extra tone
perhaps
to
it was a conscious decision to not go that route, which I completely can understand. And this is me not really talking at it from a commercial perspective. I think if I had my label hat on, it's also probably great that it's like this. You hear the vocals brilliant, the ways that all the instruments are in a great place in the mix, all the little elements that create that fun side to the track.
Yep.
Spot on. I think I always just love when I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room, sweaty with the people dancing, and just like I'm there. And I don't know.
Yes. Okay.
Don't play it as well.
Get worse. Yeah, we'll get better, get worse. Amazing. Yeah, thank you. Next we have Triceratops. Can we have a little clip of this one, please? Nice one. Thank you, Triceratops. Any of the band here? No. Okay. So I'll give you a quick bio and then we'll get into it. Triceratops is a collaboration between UK and South Korean artists and musicians located in the UK. A combination of kimchi beats, pop sensibilities, offbeat lyrics, day-glow colours, hacked keyboards, da-da attitudes, Fortiana and super earworm melodies. That's about as mad as the track was. I think in 30 seconds everything happened, do you know what I mean? Like, that's literally kitchen sink stuff, innit? Do you know, it's all in there. Alex, I'm going to start with you if that's all right. So this was in your top 3, third on the list, yeah?
Rounded out my top 3, yeah.
Yeah.
It got me at the kind of Dadaist.
Yeah, yeah.
Work at Big Dada, but I mean, I think it's mad track in the best way possible. I just found myself smiling. It wasn't trying to make me smile. It
Yeah.
wasn't trying to make me sad. It wasn't trying to make me anything. And I think for me, songs that affect my emotions without showing me the route that I have to walk to have that emotion, that's the winner for me.
Amazing.
I thought it was quite a, I don't know, it sounds kind of condescending, but quite a brave submission, I think. And I like that about it. I think that was great. Probably have the vocals in the mix a little bit down a bit. Sounded a tiny bit cardboardy in the mix, but that's really a production note.
Yeah.
And that's just an opinion. Maybe, again, that was an artistic decision.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it made me smile. I liked it.
Yeah.
Kind of sounded like, it reminded me of that lightning bolt tune they did with Matey from Flaming Lips. That was just like, that made me smile as well. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, even when that was coming on, it's like, because I knew what was coming next, I started smiling.
Yeah,
It's like I've heard it
exactly.
enough times, but yeah, it's good. I
Yeah,
love
it's
that.
wicked.
Lily, in your top three as well, your third pick.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, I think, hearing this one on the list, and I think that's why I picked it, because it stood out. I don't think it's easily forgettable as a track, and maybe that's because I, again, don't have that much experience with the genre, but it was very new, and it gave me, like, it made me feel like, you know, smiley or happy, like, as you said, but it was also like, it gave me the same sort of feeling that I listen to, that I get when I sort of listen to, I guess, like, PC music. I'm, like, a bit scared, but in, like, a really happy way. And, yeah, I think it's the same thing with, like, a lot of art. Like, I like stuff that is a bit, I don't know, it makes me scared, but also makes me happy. That's not very good constructive point, but yeah, it made me feel something that was new and good. And I thought that the things that they mentioned in the application about Six Music, about Glastonbury emerging, about releasing on Golden Lion Sounds, which I used to go to the pub that it's based out of as a teenager, and I just think that it's really cool. Like, you know, you kind of working with cool people, and that that can always that just shows, you know, as I said with a lot of the other people, it just shows like effort and yeah, working in your scene. So yeah, thought it was a really good application, good song.
Amazing, thank you. Wesley, in your top three as well, your third pick.
Well, my picks were alphabetical. This was my top pick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I love this shit. This is what I live for. This is brilliant. Like when I saw that they had Supersonic in their press release thing, I was like, yeah, I'm going to like this. It's like my favourite festival in the UK. And I listened to it. I was like, yeah, this is just. I really love sci-fi, and this has made me think like, this is what new sci-fi films should sound like.
Yeah.
But they still sound
Yeah,
like
get
old
that.
sci-fi films. Like, it's still Hans Zimmer. It's still like a low-pass analog filter sweep, you know? And I feel like it's cold, it's digital, it's chaotic. It's like, this is what Blade Runner should sound like. But it didn't. It sounded like the old Blade Runner. So from that, I was just like, I love this, and I want to hear more of this in different places. And yeah, I did struggle a bit because the track is a sketch. It's not even really a demo, I suppose. And I thought, is it okay to put it through? But even that was like, yes, it's fine. I get it. Like, it's still speaking to me. And again, with my PRS Foundation hat on, I just thought, they've already released a single on a vinyl elsewhere. How are they going to make the most of this? What are they doing differently this time? Like, I'm always looking for that. What are you doing that's more than you've previously done? That's purely a funder thing, I think. But yeah, I just loved it musically. I thought just brilliant.
Amazing, thank you. Great. Let's move on to the final one. Vox Soup. So yeah, let's have a little clip of this one, please. Thank you, Vox Soup. Any of the band, any of Vox Soup here? No, not that I can see. Okay. So Vogue Super are a Leeds-based three-piece who make a rattling, noisy sound that combines the punch of post-punk with a sluggish groove. They have a fierce stage presence where their chaotic and loose sound can really breathe among the tension they create between themselves and the audience. It wouldn't be a Leeds submission panel without some post-punk in there either, would it, at the minute? Got to get that in there. As I'm going to describe you as the queen of post-punk here, Lily.
Please,
what does the
come
queen
on.
of post-punk think about this one?
I don't know about the queen of post-punk, but yeah, I guess this is probably one of the tracks that's closest to the kind of thing that I listen to on like a day-to-day basis. And yeah, it's really cool. I've listened to the band before. I know a couple of people who are in it. You know, it's a really good track. The only thing that I found was that I didn't connect with it as much as some of the others on like a new level. Like the thing that I liked about Tricolour Tops is that it sort of took me by surprise a lot. So like there was that that sort of stopped me from putting it in my top 3, but I think it's a really good track. I think also in the application there was a lot of, because they're quite a new band, I think there was a lot of mention of, you know, like we'd like to do this and we'd like to do that, and it's a similar sort of thing of like maybe, you know, in a few months' time or in a year's time, it would be a better position to sort of make the most out of this kind of opportunity. But yeah, it was still a great submission. Yeah.
Brilliant. I'm going to struggle to make a concrete pun out of Vogue Super. I know about being very certain about it. Yeah, I'll think about it in a minute. Wesley, what were your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, same. Picked up on the same thing. You know, but it's early days for them. They're a fairly new band. They seem pretty active. But similar, I kind of put this in a similar camp to Felt, although I want this to go more that way. So for me, I kind of had these two in the same sort of camp, and I lean more towards that. That's personal taste-wise. So that's all I did. I think it's cool. It sounds, maybe it's a little standard. Like, yeah, this is what it is.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that, but it just didn't stand out as much as some of the others for me.
Great, thank you. Alex, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm like pretty picky with post-punk. I kind of found that I wanted this to sound like that first Alt record, and the snare sounded just like a rock snare, and it didn't hurt me when I heard it, and I wanted it to. and I know that sounds, again, perhaps a little bit, but I think it sounds like a little painting by numbers post-punk.
Okay,
But there's a lot there, or like some, and these are like obvious references, but like the Fall and stuff. Like, I think if you're going that way with that like super British type of post-punk, as opposed to more of like a Calgary type of American take on newer post-punk, then I think they're nice starting points, nice reference points, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
To my taste. You know, people will disagree, I'm sure, but I wanted those sorts of things. I think he's got that affected vocal like Tim Darcy has, which is cool, but I want it to be at the top in the red on the tape machine.
Yeah.
And I want it to like, those are the sort of things that I think will really kind of start to give it that bit of FU, which is sort of what I want from it.
Yeah.
Without trying to.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
No, yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, stopping reining yourself in almost, like we just want to do, so we're just going to do it. And some people will hate it, and that's fine, they're not our fans. Yeah. These people will love it, and these will be with us all the way through.
Different strokes for different folks, isn't it?
Yep, amazing, thank you. Right, that's your lot. We've discussed 8 artists. I need you two to pick 3. So, anyone standing out? So I'd say in the top couple, Tricolour Tops.
Yeah, that's a given, surely.
Yeah. Everyone, we all picked, it was in everybody's top 3, wasn't it? Everybody quite happy with that as a...
Absolutely, yeah.
Wesley's very happy. I like to make people
Things
happy.
don't normally go my way, so...
Yeah. And then we've got a bit of a fight. So, Hanglington, there's 2 picks and an honourable mention. Alex Rushforth, 2 picks. Are there anybody stand out, or others as well? Like, everyone is up for consideration here. Tricolour Tops have moved, they've gone backstage and they're having a beer, they're fine. Who's joining them?
Oh, I don't know.
Who's going to shout for somebody?
I think for me, Hang is such an interesting track. I think complements Tricolour Tops.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of my ones that was. I couldn't choose between the last, so yeah, I'm more than happy for that to happen. I'm not
I suppose, like,
about that.
one of the observations made was like, maybe is hang too far on, but
Yeah,
good point,
but that's
definitely.
my personal bias that
Yeah.
I think that they are beyond it, but obviously they've applied, so.
yeah, and I
So
suppose,
fine.
yeah, with the work and support that Come Play With Me will offer and work towards, I think it could make for a really good person to be on the release as well. So, right, go and grab a beer backstage, you're through as well. Right, who else then? So we've got Felt had a couple of bits. Alex Rushforth did. Claudia did. You've got one more to go for now. Who's the third that's going to join?
I really liked Claudia. I thought that was great.
There's a small owl in the building. Yeah, Claudia's definitely up. So, are the ones that were voted for, we've got Felt, we've got Alex, and we've got Claudia.
I don't like this bit.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
It's my last
I feel
one.
like you got rushed on it. Like you got ganged up on the last one. So, you start.
All right, I'm going to stick my neck out and go with Claudia.
Claudia, okay.
I like the work ethic. I think that I'm always looking for that. That shows that you're definitely going to make the most of this because you're going to work hard. Because 80% of it is working hard. If it was all good music, the top 40 wouldn't be just so terrible, would it? It's all about work.
Yep. All right. Lily.
I don't know.
You don't know. You've got to know.
I know, this isn't what I'm here for, but I don't know.
Claudia, Alex, or Felt?
Oh, God. I mean, I put, out of those three, I had Alex on my list, so I guess that's who I'm going to have to stick with. Yeah.
Got you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex.
So I guess I need to pick between one of them.
Yeah.
Or else we just.
Otherwise, you're really doing me over if you don't, Alex. I'm going to struggle.
Yeah, you'll have to do it then.
I'm going to come back to you again.
I mean, Felt was on my list. But
you can make a proper case for Felt if you want to.
I think, they're on my list. I think they're mint. But I think they'll probably, if they keep cracking on, I think they'll just smash it anyway. They're going to be, you say they're working on your label?
Yeah.
You put out, tell you what.
Stick with me, and you're all right.
If he agrees to put out your record, then I think I would go with Claudia. Claudia?
Yeah.
Is that who you picked?
Yeah.
I think then I would go with
Excellent
Claudia.
news.
I think it would round out the record nicely.
Yeah, that's the tone as well, yeah.
I don't know, just the feeling that it would probably be a nice benefit to the journey
that
Claudia's on.
Claudia then.
Definitely.
Backstage beer or non-alcoholic. Sorry, this is the people may not want beer. Have a slur. Sparkling water. Right, we've got 3. We need 4. I told you this, so I hope you've been thinking about who you want out of these 8. I'm going to put up here a QR code. It's rather large. Hopefully you can scan it. If you can't, get on the internet and there's a little link there. Type that in. Let's get some votes on. You've got like 2 or 3 minutes. Just if there's anybody a little bit slower. But get involved on it. If any of you want to do it and have a last. Go on that.
I think I did all right. I got 2 of mine on. It's fine.
Yeah. That's very fancy. It's very modern.
All my work. I'm trying to get with it. You know what, Lily? It's hard.
There's been no greater comeback than the comeback of the QR code.
Everyone loves a QR code.
We'll put that to bed. But last year, the QR code.
Oh, yeah.
What a revival.
Yeah, that is the greatest comeback of anything, isn't it? QR code.
It really, better than that.
It sounds like a good album name, like Death of a QR Code, or
Death of the QR code. And then the second album, Return of the QR
Code. Yeah.
And then you can only be a 2-album band.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is fine. I think most bands don't need to do more than 2 albums.
2's fine. 1 even. Why not?
Weezer should have stopped at 1.
How are we getting on? Is anybody still waiting? I can still see fingers wagging. Just a minute, no problem. I'm going to 60. This has got a second on it. You've got 60 seconds. And on the 30 mark, I might start doing the countdown. Yeah. Should we all do that? We've got the mics, we're doing harmony. He wants to take the bass. Eva, Elle, is it all looking all right there? Stuff coming through? Amazing. Okay, right. So you've got 35 seconds. No, you can't have word of... maybe. Come down, if you need word of mouth, come down and speak to Eva and Elle at the front. Wi-Fi's playing up, so we might have one vote added on there by word of mouth. We also accept carrier pigeon. You can, yeah. Oh, right. Oh, don't... Well, amazing effort to come. I think we've got some... We've been, like, live tweeting as well. Tony, you've been live tweeting? So on the socials, there will be little bits of feedback and bits like that. So, and we'll try afterwards, we'll try and, like, share some feedback for all of the artists and signpost other opportunities as well. It's not like you didn't make it, you're out, forget it. Like, we'll try to be as supportive as possible from that as well. So, but yeah, thank you for coming down. That's amazing. I hope Alex is all right. That bought you 30 more seconds there. Good work, I like it. That's it. Right. Well, come on. Quick. Quicker. Decision. In. Yes, right. Done. That's it. Eva, coming. Are you coming? Eva's going to do the big announcement. Get behind your podium. This is your TED Talk. This is your moment. Yeah. So this is the fourth artist to join. Tira Killertops, Hang Linton and Claudia.
Fel.
Fel. Well done, Fel. Hang on, is that just knackered my plans?
You've got your 2 records now.
Yeah, all right. Amazing. Well done, Fel. Well done, everybody, for coming and taking part. Round of applause for the music, the artists that submitted, for our panel. Alex, Wesley, and Lily were amazing. Hopefully, it was fun and enjoyable. We also took like a good bit of insight from the industry out of it as well. Yeah, there's drinks and bits over. Whiskers, you want to come over and say? Yeah, come on. This is Whiskers, the man behind all this.
Hi everyone. I'm not going to say much because it's been a long day, but thanks to everyone for coming. It feels like it's been a great day. We're going to send some stuff out around feedback next week, but feel free to talk to us and any of the team about how you felt it gone or anything you've enjoyed or not. Thanks to all the speakers today. It's been great to have them. Again, I said at the start, thank you so much to my team, to Emily, Claire, Yasmin, Kira, Danny, all our volunteers as well, John. We have a round of applause for them as well, thank you. And also, thank you very much to all our sponsors and funders who I've mentioned before. In particular, at this moment in time, thank you to PPL and PRS for Music, who are sponsoring the networking drinks over in the wardrobe. So if you would like to drink us, if you hand your lanyards over in the bar, in the wardrobe, you get a complimentary drink, thanks to PPL and PRS Music.
Hopefully.
And I'll stop right there. I'll see you over the road shortly. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks.